Bombay Sports Group announced that Amit Bhatia, backed by Jeff Bezos, has led a consortium purchasing a minority equity in this stake in Liverpool. In 1892, holding investment is positioned to support the club's sustained growth both on and off the field. Indian batter Devdutt Padikkal etched his name alongside Virat Kohli by becoming only the second Indian to score an international century on Independence Day and the first in Tests. Filling in for the injured Sai Sudarshan on number 3 in Gale, Padikkal struck his maiden Test 100 in just his third match, a career-defining knock against Sri Lanka. Atletico Madrid has secured the signing of Argentina international Christian Cuti Romero from Tottenham Hotspur. The 28-year-old defender has penned a contract until June 2031, moving after 5 seasons at Spurs, where he was a defensive mainstay and part of their 2024-25 Europa League triumph. Viewers, a political row has erupted in Telangana over Chief Minister Hemant Reddy's remark on students from minority communities. Speaking at Minority Summit in Hyderabad, Reddy made an iconic statement saying students from minority communities cannot study, while also referring to them as skilled labourers. His remarks have drawn a sharp response from BRS leader K.T. Ramarao, who accused the Chief Minister of having a racist mentality. The BJP also attacked the Congress government, alleging minority appeasement. Here's all the details we have in this report. Take a look.
Telangana Chief Minister Hemant Reddy has triggered a political storm by calling students from minority communities as skilled labourers. Ironically, CM Reddy made these remarks speaking at a Minorities Excellence Summit in Hyderabad. He alleged that children of minority communities can only watch and learn but will struggle to study.
माइनॉरिटी बच्चे स्किल्ड लेबर है, देखे तो सीख लेते, पढ़े तो भूल जाते। आप लोगों का आदत है, अगर कुछ भी दे दो, राफेल भी आप हाथ में दे दो, आप खोल के फिर जमा करके दे देते।
The remarks have drawn a sharp response from the BRS.
But here in Telangana, unfortunately, we have Chief Minister Hemant Reddy, who addresses students of an entire community that you are all skilled laborers and studies are not for you. This is not empowerment. This is stereotyping an entire community. This is not about giving wings to the aspirations of the children, but this is putting a ceiling on the children's aspirations and dreams. So we demand that Chief Minister Hemant Reddy tenders an unconditional apology to every minority student in Telangana.
The BJP has slammed the Telangana CM's remarks.
Mr. Hemant Reddy's statement that the minority children are skilled labourers and they are not fit for studies is very highly objectionable. On one side, he says that Muslim is Congress and Congress is Muslim, and he humiliates them. And he doesn't have respect for the children of minorities.
With Hemant Reddy's remark on minorities facing fire from the opposition, the political battle over education, representation and minority welfare is only intensifying in Telangana.
Heading into a short commercial break on Live this morning. Coming up, massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi is seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the Vande Mataram, the national song. In fact, Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing the full song in a hot mic video after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये इनका पता नहीं कहां से इनके दिमाग में घुस गया अब अजीब चीजें घुस जाती हैं, बट इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस. फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब इमेजिन द इग्नोरेंस. फॉरेन पॉलिसी.
एक चीज पूछ सकता हूं?
हाँ.
मिलनी समझ के तो नहीं पकड़ा था?
Sir, but do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji. Sandeep ji, were the words used by you correct? Sir, do you regret the choices of words? Sandeep ji, would you please speak to us? Because he is the leader of opposition representing 145 crore Indians, and these remarks were made by a person who is sitting on a constitutional position, and these remarks are used against a public representative, the elected Prime Minister of 145 crore Indians. Now, on several occasions, we have witnessed that Rahul Gandhi uses casts words against the Prime Minister on international stages, and these are some very derogatory words that were in fact used yesterday by Sandeep Dixit and Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus story today is the massive political controversy which has broken out after senior Congress leader, that is Sonia Gandhi, was seen visibly frustrated while the national song was being played. We have all the reaction and all the updates on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines. Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in hot mic video. Protesting Jharkhand students announced plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies of Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. Five army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal Pradesh, 4 killed in landslide. Forty-seven killed after a 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and national leaders gathered at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his Independence Day address speech from the Red Fort, has outlined 7 key pillars or Shakti Ki Saptadhara to drive India towards Viksit Bharat 2047, spanning manufacturing, agriculture, technology, Gati Shakti, defense, the green and blue economy, and soft power, from making India a global supply chain hub and promoting Indian farm products worldwide to advancing AI, 6G and infrastructure, boosting defense, self-reliance, expanding green energy and leveraging India's cultural and creative strengths. Prime Minister laid out a broad roadmap for a self-reliant and developed India. What's this report?
On the 80th Independence Day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed from the historic Red Fort. outlined his vision for a self-reliant, secure and future-ready India. Dealing a direct blow to the exam mafia, PM Modi announced free online coaching for competitive exams, aiming to reduce the financial burden on families.
हमारे मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों के साथ एक बहुत बड़ा बोझ बन चुका है कोचिंग क्लासेस की स्पर्धा। हर माँ बाप को लग रहा है कि कोचिंग क्लास में बच्चे को नहीं भेजा तो हम प्रतिष्ठित परिवार नहीं है। इन गरीब और मिडिल क्लास परिवारों की हम चिंता करते हुए हजारों करोड़ रुपए का उनका खर्च है वो भी बचे, बेटे भी अपने आसपास रह सके, उनकी देखभाल हो सके, परिवार पर आर्थिक बोझ न आए। और इसलिए हमने युवाओं के लिए विभिन्न परीक्षाओं की फ्री ऑनलाइन कोचिंग हमने करने का निर्णय किया है।
PM Modi warns against Dimagi Naxals, alleging that Maoist ideology continues to influence parts of the system.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जंगलों में हमें हथियारी नक्सलों का खात्मा बुलाने में, उस संकट से देश को मुक्त कराने में सफलता मिली है। लेकिन हथियारी नक्सल तो गए, लेकिन दिमागी नक्सल, ये दिमागी नक्सल मौके की तलाश में है, हिंसा अराजकता के वो रास्ते खोज रहे हैं, समाज को गलत राह पर घसीटने के लिए भांति भांति के दांव कर रहे हैं।
The Prime Minister urges citizens to identify and isolate what he calls the ideological supporters of Maoism. PM Modi also vouched for women empowerment.
मैं देश के सभी राजनीतिक दलों से आज लाल किले की प्राचीर से तिरंगे झंडे की छाया में खड़े होकर के प्रार्थना करता हूं, आग्रह करता हूं, आइए उन महिलाओं के सामर्थ्य के पुजारी बनिए, उन महिलाओं के सम्मान में आगे आइए और जल्द से जल्द हमारी माताओं बहनों को 33% विधानसभा और लोकसभा में उनको प्रतिनिधित्व मिले, वे भारत की नीति घड़तर के अंदर अपना योगदान दे।
PM Modi also emphasized that the era of globalization is over and nations are now focused on self-reliance.
बीते वर्षों में हमारा कन्विक्शन रहा है कि भारत को हमें अब दूसरे देशों पर निर्भर रह करके नहीं जीना है, हमें आत्मनिर्भर बनना चाहिए।
Speaking on the energy security, the PM also announced that 5 new nuclear plants will be set up in the coming years.
हमने पार्लियामेंट में शांति एक्ट पास कर करके एक नए लक्ष्य तरफ जाने का रास्ता तय कर लिया है। 2047 तक हम 100 गीगावाट न्यूक्लियर पावर का लक्ष्य लेकर के चल रहे हैं। इसी एक दशक में हम 5 नए न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर शुरू करने का लक्ष्य लेकर के चल रहे हैं। इस वर्ष भारत ने फास्ट ब्रीडर न्यूक्लियर टेक्नोलॉजी में महारत हासिल करके एक अहम पड़ाव पार किया है और उसके कारण परमाणु ईंधन में आत्मनिर्भर बनने की दिशा में हमें एक बहुत बड़ा सफलता का कदम हमने रखा है।
He also praised the leaps and strides that nations' athletes are making and lauded India's ability to host the Olympics in 2036.
स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में भारत का प्रदर्शन बेहतर होता रहा है और हम 2036 में ओलंपिक के मजबूत दावेदार बनकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमने तय किया है कि 2036 में जो ओलंपिक होगा, हम चाहते हैं कि वो भारत में हो।
From the ramparts of Red Fort, PM Modi laid out the plans for a self-reliant and technologically driven India, with youth and innovation set to take center stage.
Congress party has landed in hot water after party leader, Congress leader Sonia Gandhi was seen visibly frustrated while the national song Vande Mataram was being played. Later, video has emerged in which the party leadership could be seen saying that they will not sing the full version of the song. More in this report.
A huge controversy erupted after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi was seen visibly upset during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Sonia was seen gesturing and appearing to ask a party worker to intervene, while Rahul Gandhi too was seen gesturing during the rendition. Congress then rejected the charge that there was any attempt to stop the national song.
आज यहाँ इंदिरा भवन में पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया गया, इसमें कोई वाद विवाद का सवाल नहीं हुआ, कोई रोकने का प्रयास नहीं था, क्योंकि लंबे समय से कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़े हुए थे, सोनिया जी कह रही थी उनके लिए कुर्सी लाके रख दो, बस.
But now a hot mic conversation from the event has added another layer to the controversy. In the audio, Rahul Gandhi is heard saying, "We are only singing our song." He is also heard saying, "Our song is only this much." The BJP launched a stinging attack on the Congress leadership over the visuals, accusing them of disrespecting the national song.
At this time, we have seen a very ugly movement when, in the head office of the Congress party, it was seen that their supreme leader, Srimati Sonia Gandhi, their super president, Rahul Gandhi, and sitting president, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, while it was being sung, they were not attentive. Rather than, they were casually talking to each other. This shows that Congress party has not yet accepted the complete and wholeheartedly accepted the full form of Vande Mataram. So, we strongly condemn this deplorable act of the top leadership of Congress party.
BJP leaders also flagged Congress's leadership's alleged discomfort with the national song.
आज कांग्रेस नेतृत्व ने एक बार फिर दिखा दिया कि उसे संपूर्ण वंदे मातरम से कितनी बेचैनी. यह सिर्फ प्रोटोकॉल का सवाल नहीं, यह देश के सम्मान का सवाल है. कांग्रेस ने अपनी ओछी और तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चक्कर में आज राष्ट्रीय गीत का अपमान किया है. पूरे देश से कांग्रेस को माफी मांगनी चाहिए. जब राष्ट्रगीत गाया जा रहा हो तब हर भारतीय से अपेक्षा होती है कि वो पूरे सम्मान और अनुशासन के साथ खड़ा रहे. लेकिन कांग्रेस मुख्यालय में आज जब वंदे मातरम के मूल स्वरूप को गाया जा रहा था, जिसे जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने खत्म कर दिया था, हटा दिया था, उसके गाने पर राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी और खड़गे जी स्पष्ट रूप से असहज दिख रहे थे. आपस में वंदे मातरम को खत्म करने के लिए हिलजुल करते नजर आए. यह बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. वंदे मातरम भाजपा या कांग्रेस के किसी राजनीतिक दल की संपत्ति नहीं है. यह भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आत्मा का हिस्सा है. यह उन करोड़ों लोगों की भावना है जिन्होंने देश की आजादी के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया.
The Congress, however, continues to deny that there was any attempt to stop Vande Mataram. Now with the hot mic audio entering the controversy, Critics are questioning whether the chair explanation tells the complete story. A national song, an Independence Day celebration, and a political war that has only intensified with the emergence of the new video.
A major recognition for Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, KISS. The institution has secured the third rank among universities in India in the National Green University Ranking 2026, along with the platinum rating for its environmental initiatives. Here's a full report on that.
Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences KISS has secured the third rank among universities across India in the National Green University Ranking 2026. The institution has also received a platinum rating for its efforts towards creating an eco-friendly campus and promoting environmental awareness. The ranking released by Green Mentors evaluates universities on parameters including green infrastructure, waste management, energy conservation, and water harvesting. KISS has several green initiatives in place, including biogas plants, solar water heating systems, and rainwater harvesting facilities. Founder of KIIT and KISS, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, said environmental sustainability has remained a key commitment of both institutions since their inception. The latest recognition further highlights KISS efforts towards sustainable education and environmentally cautious campus practices.
Now, chaos erupted at the Chandigarh-Mohali border after members of the Qawmi Insaf Morcha attempted to march towards the Punjab governor's house. Now, protesters demanding the release of Sikh prisoners clashed with police after attempting to breach barricades. Now, police used water cannons and tear gas to disperse the protesters, with some personnel also injured. Watch this report.
Chaos broke out at the Chandigarh-Mohali border as a march by a group called the Qawmi Insaf Morcha turned violent after protesters clashed with the police. The protesters were heading towards the Punjab governor's residence, carrying black flags and demanding the release of Sikh prisoners. Police say protesters were warned repeatedly to keep the demonstration peaceful. But some protesters allegedly moved towards the front of the barricade and attempted to break through.
देखिए, कौमी इंसाफ मोर्चा के लीडर से हमारी 2 हफ्ते से बात चल रही थी। उन्होंने कॉल दी थी कि पंजाब लोक भवन की तरफ मार्च करेंगे। हमने उनसे अपील की थी, 2 हफ्ते से हमारी लगातार बातचीत चल रही है कि पंजाब लोक भवन की तरफ मार्च हम नहीं अलाउ कर सकते। कोई और जगह चंडीगढ़ में देख के वो प्रोटेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो उनको अलॉट की जा सकती है। उनको बोला गया कि आप परमिशन अप्लाई कर दें, और बट उनकी तरफ से ऐसा नहीं किया गया। आज जब मोर्चे की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई है, उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी कार्रवाई ख़त्म करते हुए बाहर आकर पुलिस की तरफ बढ़े, जहां पे हमने रोड ब्लॉक की हुई थी। मटौर बैरियर के 4-5 बैरिकेड्स जो पहले लेकर गए, उसके बाद जब 2 लेयर बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ दी गई, उसके बाद हमने लीथल फोर्स, मिनिमम लीथल नॉन लीथल फोर्स यूज़ करके, ऐसी कोई फोर्स नहीं यूज़ की जिससे किसी को चोट आए, नॉन लीथल फोर्स यूज़ करके, मिनिमम रिक्वायर्ड फोर्स यूज़ करके हमने उनको रोकने की कोशिश की, उनको डिस्पर्स किया गया।
Police used non-lethal force including water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowd. Police also alleged that some protesters resorted to stone pelting, injuring several policemen. Some protesters have been detained, with police saying legal formalities are now underway. Protesters have been demanding the release of several Sikh prisoners. Morcha leaders claim the prisoners have served their sentences but remain incarcerated. The Morcha has now escalated its protest call, announcing a Punjab Bandh on the 21st of August. With security tightened across the city and the Bandh call ahead, authorities now face the challenge of preventing further escalation.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top other national developments, national headlines, now in National Wraps. At least 7 people, including a minor, were killed after a container truck rammed an auto rickshaw and a motorcycle in Jharkhand's Lukuya Valley. Parts of a motorcycle were found under the truck. Rescue teams and district officials reached the spot while efforts continued to retrieve and identify the bodies. Two people, including ITBP DIG rank officer Parminder Singh, were killed and 4 others injured after 2 vehicles collided on the Panchkula-Dehradun National Highway near Jhabiran village. The 2 deceased were shifted for treatment, with 1 reported to be in serious condition. A school staff member died after suffering an electric shock while making arrangements for Independence Day celebrations. The staff member was fixing a flagpole when it fell and struck him, leaving him unconscious. School staff rushed him to the hospital, believing he was alive, but doctors declared him dead on arrival. A 16-year-old girl who had been missing for 4 days was found hanging from a tree in a graveyard. Police said that the post-mortem report confirmed ante-mortem hanging and estimated that the body was more than 3 days old, and 3 named accused have been taken into custody. Police also acknowledged negligence in the search, following which the outpost in charge was suspended and action was initiated against the SHO. Police have arrested 2 men in connection with the theft of around rupees 45 lakh from a shop and recovered 10 lakh in cash, an iPhone and an auto rickshaw allegedly used in the crime. According to police, the theft was carried out by the shop owner's driver Shishupal with the help of his father Viru. Both have been arrested while police continue to trace the remaining stolen amount. Excavation and foundation work for the underground terminal of the BKC bullet train station nears completion as work progresses on India's first bullet train project. The Surat-Bilimora section is targeted for 27, while the entire 508-kilometer Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor is expected to be completed by 2029. The corridor features elevated tracks, a 7-kilometer underwater tunnel and 12 major stations. A political row has erupted in Telangana over Chief Minister Revant Reddy's remarks on students from minority communities. Speaking at a minorities summit in Hyderabad, Reddy made ironical statements saying students from minority communities cannot study, while also referring to them as skilled labourers. Now, his remarks have drawn a sharp response from BRS leader K.T. Rama Rao, who accused the Chief Minister of having a racist mentality. Now, the BJP has also attacked the Congress government, alleging minority appeasement. Here's a report.
Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy has triggered a political storm by calling students from minority communities as skilled labourers. Ironically, CM Reddy made these remarks speaking at a Minorities Excellence Summit in Hyderabad. He alleged that children of minority communities can only watch and learn but will struggle to study.
माइनॉरिटी बच्चे स्किल्ड लेबर है, देखे तो सीख लेते, पढ़े तो भूल जाते। आप लोगों का आदत है, अगर कुछ भी दे दो, राफेल भी आप हाथ में दे दो, आप खोल के फिर जमा करके दे देते।
The remarks have drawn a sharp response from the BRS.
Here in Telangana, unfortunately, we have Chief Minister Revant Reddy, who addresses students of an entire community that you are all skilled laborers and studies are not for you. This is not empowerment. This is stereotyping an entire community. This is not about giving wings to the aspirations of the children, but this is putting a ceiling on the children's aspirations and dreams. So we demand that Chief Minister Revant Reddy tenders an unconditional apology to every minority student in Telangana.
The BJP has slammed the Telangana CM's remarks.
Mr. Revant Reddy's statement that the minority children are skilled labourers and they are not fit for studies is very highly objectionable. On one side, he says that Muslim is Congress and Congress is Muslim, and he humiliates them. And he doesn't have respect for the children of minorities.
With Revant Reddy's remark on minorities facing fire from the opposition, the political battle over education, representation and minority welfare is only intensifying in Telangana.
A filthy language is once again echoing in Tamil Nadu's political arena after Udayanidhi's remark on Trisha. Now, TN BJP chief Nagendran's remark on CM Vijay's family has taken centre stage. His statement that if someone wanted to know where their father is, they should ask their mother at home rather than look for the answer in the assembly has triggered fierce backlash. Now, K. Annamalai has slammed the TN BJP chief's statement. Meanwhile, a complaint has also been registered at the DGP's office in Chennai. More details in this report.
Tamil Nadu BJP chief Nayanar Nagendran's filthy remark on CM Vijay's family has landed him in hot waters. While addressing a gathering in Chennai, the TN BJP chief made a personal reference to Vijay's mother and said the identity of his father could be known by asking the mother at home.
சட்டமன்றத்திலே போய் அப்பாவை இந்த அப்பாவை பேர் தேடுவாங்க. வீட்டில் போய் அம்மாட்ட கேட்டால் தானே அப்பா யாருன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆனால் சட்டமன்றத்தில் போய் அப்பாவை தேடினா யாரும் கிடையாது. இப்படிப்பட்டவங்களுடைய ஆட்சி தான் நடந்து கொள்ளும்.
Nagendran's remarks come after Vijay took a swipe at Udayanidhi in the assembly, asking about the whereabouts of MK Stalin after the former TN chief minister lost his seat in the 2026 polls. Meanwhile, K. Annamalai has hit back sharply at the Tamil Nadu BJP chief's remarks. Annamalai stated that Nayanar Nagendran has crossed the boundaries of political decency. He added that insulting family members, especially mothers, is utterly unacceptable. He further emphasizes that such third-rate politics became obsolete 30 or 40 years ago. TVK Minister A. Raj Mohan also called Nayanar's remarks uncivilized and inappropriate. After severe backlash, Nayanar attempted to defend himself by taking to social media. He stated that his words were being twisted for political gains. It's a new government in Tamil Nadu. However, the language is echoing older sentiments and the political discourse is now falling to a new low.
All right, viewers, we're getting live visuals from Sadaiv Atal. Now, visuals coming in today because they will pay homage, the Prime Minister will pay homage, and senior leaders, as you can see on your television screen. Today is the death anniversary of former Prime Minister of India, that is Atal Bihari Vajpayee, which is observed on August 16 every year, and he passed on August 16, 2018 at the age of 93 in New Delhi. And today, Prime Minister will be paying tribute to the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, paying tribute to the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary. Remembering Atal Bihari Vajpayee, paying homage and remembering the deeds and the decisions which were taken by this great leader, that is Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Today is the day of remembrance on the death anniversary of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Live visuals coming in from New Delhi, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, various top leaders of the country will be visiting this place in a very short while, and the nation today is paying tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Live visuals coming in. There will be floral tributes on his 8th death anniversary today, ladies and gentlemen, at his memorial, that is Sadaiv Atal in New Delhi. Today is the day of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. This is the 8th death anniversary of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and today the nation is paying tribute to the former Prime Minister, a great leader, and Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was born on 25th December 1924 in erstwhile princely state of Gwalior, now in part of Madhya Pradesh, and he entered into politics during the Quit India movement, which hastened the end of the British colonial rule, and he had a wonderful career, worked as a journalist and for newspapers Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Rashtra Dharma, Panchjanya, and dailies like Swadesh and Veer Arjun, and later he was influenced by Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, and Vajpayee joined the Bharatiya Jana Sangh in 1951. All right, viewers, so the nation remembers the great leader and former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ऐसा तेज रफ्तार से वो पानी तूफान के जैसा आ गया, हम उसमें कुछ नहीं कर पाए।
सर चले हमारी जब टीम यहाँ पर पहुँची थी सर, और हमने ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट किया था, तो टनल में भारी मात्रा में पानी था और साइडों से पानी आ रहा था, और अभी तक पानी काफ़ी बढ़ गया है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये इनका पता नहीं कहां से इनके दिमाग में घुस गया। अब अजीब चीजें घुस जाती है, बट इनके माइंड में घुस गया कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी इज दिस। फॉरेन पॉलिसी का मतलब इमेजिन द इग्नोरेंस फॉरेन पॉलिसी। एक चीज पूछ सकता हूं? हाँ।
Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in a hot mic video. Protesting Jharkhand students announced plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies of Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal Pradesh, 4 killed in landslide. "47 killed after 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across country." Prime Minister Narendra Modi and national leaders to gather at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. A fresh showdown is brewing over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, US President Donald Trump has vowed to declare the strategic waterway US territory after defeating Iran as per his claims. Now, Trump's remarks come amid a standoff over control of the key shipping route. Now, Iran has hit back, saying Hormuz cannot be taken away by a tweet, an aircraft carrier or an executive order, and insisting that the strait will remain under Iranian control. More in this report.
US President Donald Trump has made fresh remarks over Iran and Strait of Hormuz. He said he will soon declare the Strait of Hormuz a US territory after defeating Iran.
And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. Essentially, that's what it is. We have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to. But, and how about Venezuela? Venezuela was a one-day war. And now we work great with them. We've taken in millions and millions of barrels of oil. But we're doing really good. We're doing good in every way. You know, I built the military, and now I used it a little bit more than I wanted to, frankly, but that's okay, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Do we agree? Can't let it.
Trump's remarks signal a sharp escalation in the fight over the strait. But Iran has fired back, rejecting any suggestion that the strait can be taken over by Washington. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Araghchi says Hormuz cannot be seized by a tweet, an aircraft carrier, an executive order, or an election speech. Iran insists the strait has been, is, and will remain under its control. The war of words comes as both sides trade threats over the future of the strait, raising fresh concerns for global shipping and energy supplies.
5 years after the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan, the group is marking the anniversary with a show of strength, claiming it has brought security and stability after decades of war. But behind the celebrations lies a deepening human rights crisis. More in this report.
5 years after the Taliban seized power in Afghanistan, the group is celebrating its return with a show of strength in Kabul. Taliban leaders and officials gathered at the traditional Loya Jirga Hall, marking August 15, the day the group took control of the country in 2021. Taliban leadership has claimed that Afghanistan has become more secure, its economy stabilizing, and that its returns brought an end to decades of war and Western occupation.
اشغال افغانستان به توسط لشکری‌ها بالاخره در نتیجه مبارزه خستگی ناپذیر ملت افغانستان در طول 20 سال موفق شدند اشغالگران را از افغانستان بیرون برانند و از افغانستان جنگ‌های تحمیلی را ختم نماید. صلح آرامی را به همه جغرافیای افغانستان برقرار سازد.
But 5 years on, the Taliban government remains largely isolated from the international community. And the biggest shadow over the anniversary celebration is the Taliban's human rights record. Girls above the 6th grade remain barred from education, while women have also been shut out from public spaces. Women face restrictions on travel, sports and access to public life, with the United Nations describing their situation as among the most restrictive in the world. UNESCO estimates around 2.4 million girls have been excluded from secondary education. 5 years after the Taliban's return, the group is claiming victory and stability, while Afghanistan continues to grapple with international isolation, economic pressures and sweeping restrictions on women.
Alright, so this is the 5 years after the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. The group marked its anniversary and showed its strength. And this is after the security situation became pretty worse because of the way the Taliban was behaving and the previous the administration of the US and how the situation was back then. Now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Virginia State University is under investigation after a shooting left 5 people wounded early Saturday. Police say multiple suspects may be involved and one victim is now in critical condition. The university remains under heightened law enforcement presence as authorities work to determine what led to the shooting. Watch this report.
A shooting at Virginia State University has left 5 people wounded, prompting a campus lockdown early Saturday. Chesterfield County Police say officers found 5 gunshot victims outside campus dormitories near the university's quad annexes. One victim, initially reported to have life-threatening injuries, has been upgraded to critical condition. Virginia State University is urging students and staff to avoid the area and follow all law enforcement instructions as police continue their investigation. Chesterfield County Police and VSU Police are leading the investigation, with ATF and the Hanover County Sheriff's Office assisting. Virginia State Police say local authorities are handling the investigation and deferred questions to Chesterfield County Police. The shooting comes just before the start of the academic year. Residence halls opened last week and classes are scheduled to begin on Monday at the historically black university located about 24 miles south of Richmond.
Now let's move ahead and get you all the top international developments now in international wraps. A powerful magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck Indonesia's Flores region early Saturday, killing more than 40 people and injuring dozens. The US Geological Survey said that the quake struck at a depth of 10 kilometers. Authorities reported 235 aftershocks, with the strongest measuring 6.2 magnitude. An Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon killed at least 7 people, including 3 children and 2 women. Lebanon's health ministry said 2 others were injured in the strike on Ansar. Paramedics continued searching through the rubble after Indonesia media reported that the airstrike targeted a home. A footage released by the Yemen's media showed damage at the country's government-held Mocha port after an Iran-backed Houthi attack. The footage showed damaged boats, warehouses and debris inside the port. The military said that 6 ballistic missiles were fired, killing 3 people, including 2 Marines. Port operations have been suspended following the attack. Firefighters battled a major wildfire in Spain's Huesca region as flames moved closer to populated areas and 2 historic monasteries. Now, thousands of hectares have been destroyed and hundreds evacuated. Earlier, authorities assisted by experts moved valuable artifacts from the historic monastery to safety. Hundreds of fans lined the streets of Mumbles yesterday as singer Bonnie Tyler's coffin was brought home draped in Welsh flag. The 75-year-old Grammy-nominated Welsh pop stars, best known for Total Eclipse of the Heart, died last month in Portugal. Fans gathered outside her former home to leave floral tributes. A 55.6-meter Virgin Mary statue, believed to be Europe's tallest, was inaugurated in the Polish village of Konotopy. Hundreds attended the ceremony, which was also joined by former leader Lech Walesa. The monument stands taller than the Rio's Christ the Redeemer. At least 5 people are dead and 1 remains missing after record-breaking rainfall triggered deadly flooding across areas east of Tokyo. Homes, roads, vehicles and railways tracks were submerged in muddy floodwaters while thousands were left stranded overnight. Around 4,000 people were evacuated from Soga train station as authorities warned of further rain, landslides and power outages. Take a look.
At least 5 people are dead and thousands remain stranded after record-breaking rainfall triggered deadly floods east of Tokyo. Homes, roads and entire neighborhoods were submerged as muddy floodwaters swept across parts of Chiba Prefecture. Thousands were left stranded overnight with vehicles completely submerged and streets turned into rivers. Emergency crews moved through the floodwaters as search and rescue operations continued. Rescuers were also searching for 1 person still missing in Chiba city. Around 4,000 people stranded at Soga train station were later evacuated by Japan's defense forces. Railway tracks were also inundated, disrupting movement across the affected areas. The scale of the flooding followed what authorities described as unprecedented rainfall in Chiba Prefecture. The intense flooding left cars damaged, immobilized and covered in thick layers of mud. Authorities have warned that more rain is possible even after the most severe weather alert was eased.
An Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon has killed at least 7 people, including 3 children and 2 women. According to Lebanon's health ministry, the strike hit the village of Ansar, destroying homes and surrounding areas as paramedics searched through the rubble. The attack comes despite a fragile Israel-Hezbollah truce that has been in place since June 20, while Israel says it targeted Hezbollah infrastructure after an action against Israeli soldiers. Take a look.
A deadly Israeli airstrike has once again shaken southern Lebanon, killing at least 7 people in the village of Ansar. Lebanon's health ministry says 3 children and 2 women are among those killed, while 2 others were injured. The strike targeted a home on the outskirts of Ansar, leaving buildings and the surrounding area badly damaged. Paramedics continued searching through the rubble as residents returned to see the extent of the destruction.
عمل إجرامي فوق ما تتصور. يعني هي المنطقة شو بدها لتطلع الحربة لتضرب هيك صاروخ همجي، ما ضل الشيء بالمحيط من زيتون من كل شيء هون موجود إلا ما تدمر. شو هو هالإجرام؟ انتوا اللي جيتوا الصحفية من مقبعكم، ما ضلش صحافي إلا ما إجا، بس يدلوني يا خيي يقولوا لي شو في عندي.
Israel's military says it targeted Hezbollah infrastructure in Ansar and Ali Taher, claiming the strikes came in response to an action against Israeli soldiers. But Israel's near-daily strikes in southern Lebanon have continued, keeping tensions high despite efforts to build a longer-term ceasefire. The latest attack comes despite a fragile truce between Israel and Hezbollah that took effect on the 20th of June.
Pope Leo has used the Feast of the Assumption to call for prayers for communities facing war, persecution and disaster. From his summer residence at Castle Gandolfo, the Pope prayed for people in Ukraine and Russia, remembered Christians facing discrimination and persecution, and expressed solidarity with victims of the devastating earthquake in Colombia. His message came as the world continues to grapple with conflicts and humanitarian crises. Here's a report.
Pope Leo XIV offered prayers for communities facing war, persecution and disaster, using the Feast of the Assumption to deliver a message of hope and consolation. Addressing the faithful from Castle Gandolfo in Italy, the Pope issued a message for those enduring some of the world's harshest crises.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, Maria Santissima, assunta nella gloria del cielo, è per tutto il popolo di Dio segno di speranza e di consolazione. Per questo oggi desidero invocare la sua materna intercessione a nome di quelle comunità che hanno particolarmente bisogno di essere consolate e di continuare a sperare. Penso ai fratelli e alle sorelle della Terra Santa, che è per eccellenza anche la terra di Maria. Penso al popolo ucraino e al popolo russo, entrambi legati da filiale devozione alla Santa Madre di Dio. Penso ai cristiani che soffrono discriminazione o addirittura persecuzione.
Leo said both people of both Ukraine and Middle East share deep devotion for the Almighty as the war in the two countries continues. He also prayed for Christians facing discrimination and persecution around the world. The Pope's prayers also extended to Colombia, where communities are dealing with the aftermath of a devastating earthquake. The 7.4 magnitude quake has killed at least 287 people and affected more than 1 lakh.
Continuo a pregare in questi giorni per le popolazioni colombiane che soffrono a causa del terremoto. Mi unisco a queste comunità e a tutte quelle che vivono in contesti difficili e insieme con loro invoco Santa Maria, prega per noi.
From a message centered on peace and hope, Pope Leo offered a broader call for solidarity for those caught in conflict, those facing persecution, and communities struck by disaster.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top developments from the world of sports now in Sports Wraps. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his 80th Independence Day address on Saturday, reaffirmed India's bid to host the 2036 Olympics and unveiled a nationwide talent hunt to identify sporting talent among children aged 5 to 15. Team India marks Independence Day in Gal with a tricolour hosting ahead of the first test against Sri Lanka. Head coach Gautam Gambhir, skipper Shubman Gill and teammates joined the ceremony, with BCCI sharing the moments in a video. Indian cricket legends marked the nation's 80th Independence Day with heartfelt tributes on social media. Sachin Tendulkar shared a picture of the tricolour, writing Happy Independence Day. T20I skipper Shreyas Iyer echoed the greeting on X, while spin great Anil Kumble added Happy Independence Day. Jai Hind. Australian pacer Josh Hazlewood claimed his 14th career 5-wicket haul in the first test against Bangladesh in Darwin, becoming the 9th Australian bowler to reach 300 test wickets. He joined Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc in the elite 300-wicket club. Indian cricket icon Virat Kohli marked the 80th Independence Day with a patriotic post on Instagram, sharing a graphic of the tricolour and red fort along with his greetings to the nation. Fenway Sports Group announced that Amit Bhatia, backed by Jeff Bezos, has led a consortium purchasing a minority equity stake in Liverpool. The 1892 Holdings investment is positioned to support the club's sustained growth both on and off the field. Indian batter Devdutt Padikkal etched his name alongside Virat Kohli by becoming only the second Indian to score an international century on Independence Day and the first in tests, filling in for the injured Sai Sudarshan at number 3 in Gal. Padikkal struck his maiden test 100 in just his third match, a career-defining knock against Sri Lanka. Atletico Madrid have secured the signing of Argentina international Christian Cuti Romero from Tottenham Hotspur. The 28-year-old defender has penned a contract until June 2031, moving after 5 seasons at Spurs, where he was a defensive mainstay and part of their 24-25 Europa League triumph. A political row has erupted in Telangana over Chief Minister Hemant Reddy's remarks on students from minority communities. Speaking at a minorities summit in Hyderabad, Reddy made ironical statements saying students from minority communities cannot study, while also referring to them as skilled labourers. Now, his remarks have drawn a sharp response from BRS leader K.T. Ramarao, who accused the Chief Minister of having a racist mentality. Now, the BJP has also attacked the Congress government, alleging minority appeasement. Here's the report.
Telangana Chief Minister Hemant Reddy has triggered a political storm by calling students from minority communities as skilled labourers. Ironically, CM Reddy made these remarks speaking at a Minorities Excellence Summit in Hyderabad. He alleged that children of minority communities can only watch and learn but will struggle to study.
माइनॉरिटी बच्चे स्किल्ड लेबर है, देखे तो सीख लेते हैं, पढ़े तो भूल जाते हैं. आप लोगों का आदत है, अगर कुछ भी दे दो, राफेल भी आप हाथ में दे दो, आप खोल के फिर जमा करके दे देते.
The remarks have drawn a sharp response from the BRS.
But here in Telangana, unfortunately, we have Chief Minister Hemant Reddy, who addresses students of an entire community that you are all skilled laborers and studies are not for you. This is not empowerment. This is stereotyping an entire community. This is not about giving wings to the aspirations of the children, but this is putting a ceiling on the children's aspirations and dreams. So we demand that Chief Minister Hemant Reddy tenders an unconditional apology to every minority student in Telangana.
The BJP has slammed the Telangana CM's remarks.
Mr. Hemant Reddy's statement that the minority children are skilled laborers and they are not fit for studies is very highly objectionable. On one side, he says that Muslim is Congress and Congress is Muslim, and he humiliates them. And he doesn't have respect for the children of minorities.
With Hemant Reddy's remark on minorities facing fire from the opposition, the political battle over education, representation and minority welfare is only intensifying in Telangana.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 47 killed after 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across the country.
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
वंदे मातरम।
All right, viewers, we're getting live visuals, and this is from Sadaiv Atal, and PM Modi has arrived to pay tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and he, among other dignitaries, will be reaching, and many have reached. All senior leaders from the NDA, from the BJP, are there to pay respects, to pay the homage, to pay tributes to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Live visuals coming in from New Delhi from Sadaiv Atal. Nation pays tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Live visuals coming in from New Delhi, ladies and gentlemen. And this about the life of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Was born on 25th December 1924 in erstwhile princely state of Gwalior, which is now a part of Madhya Pradesh. He entered into politics during the Quit India movement in 1942, which hastened the end of the British colonial rule. And in 1947, Vajpayee started working as a journalist also, and in Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Rashtra Dharma and a Hindi monthly, Panchajanya Hindi weekly and dailies, Swadeshi and Veer Arjun.
जब भी आप वाजपेयी जी के व्यक्तित्व के बारे में किसी से बात करेंगे तो वो यही कहेगा कि वे लोगों को अपनी ओर खींच लेते थे। उनकी बोलने की कला का कोई सानी न था। वे एक प्रखर और श्रेष्ठ कवि थे। कविताओं और शब्दों में उनका कोई जवाब नहीं था। हमारे मध्य आज इस प्रार्थना सभा में श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करने हेतु हमारे भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी हमारे मध्य उनका आगमन हो चुका है। भारत की महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी श्री द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का आगमन सदैव अटल पर हो चुका है। सभी गणमान्य अपने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करने हेतु हमारे मध्य आज श्रद्धे अटल जी को स्मरण करने हेतु महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी श्री द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, हमारे भारत की उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री नितिन नवीन जी, आप सभी गणमान्यों का आगमन सदैव अटल पर हो चुका है। पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, पूर्व उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय एवं अटल स्मृति न्यास के अध्यक्ष श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी का आगमन भी सदैव अटल पर हो चुका है। अब माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी श्रद्धेय अटल जी को पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए अपने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित कर रही हैं। राष्ट्र प्रथम की भावना श्रद्धेय अटल जी के रग रग में थी। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने अपने श्रद्धा सुमन पुष्पांजलि के माध्यम से अर्पित किए। अब हमारे भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी अपनी पुष्पांजलि श्रद्धेय अटल जी को अर्पित करेंगे। कई उपहार दिए हैं हमें प्रकृति ने, लेकिन एक उपहार है जो सब पर भारी है। ये अकेला देश है जिसके पास श्री अटल बिहारी हैं। माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय जी अपने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करते हुए श्रद्धेय अटल जी के प्रति नतमस्तक होते हुए अब हमारे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पुष्पांजलि द्वारा श्रद्धेय अटल जी के प्रति अपने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे। भारत के पूर्व उपराष्ट्रपति व श्री वेंकैया नायडू जी हमारे मध्य पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए श्रद्धेय अटल जी को नतमस्तक होते हुए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी श्रद्धेय अटल जी के प्रति पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए नतमस्तक होते हुए स्मरण करते हुए हमारे सभी के प्रिय आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्रद्धेय अटल जी को अपने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित कर रहे हैं। उसके पश्चात हमारे भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति महोदय जी श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी श्रद्धेय अटल जी के प्रति पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करते हुए उन्हें नतमस्तक होते हुए स्मरण कर रहे हैं। पुष्पांजलि की श्रृंखला के बीच मैं आग्रह करूंगी श्री रोहित देव जी से कि वे भजनों के माध्यम से श्रद्धेय अटल जी को अपनी स्वरांजलि अर्पित करें। आप एक सुप्रसिद्ध गायक हैं। पिछले 20 वर्षों से देश विदेश के मंचों पर आपने अपनी मधुर वाणी द्वारा एक विशिष्ट पहचान बनाई है। श्री रोहित देव जी।
धन्यवाद। सर्वप्रथम सभी गणमान्यों को मेरा प्रणाम। और जैसा कि आप सभी को विदित है कि हमारा देश प्रभु जी प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी पानी जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी प्रभु जी तुम घन बन हम मोरा मोरा ओ प्रभु जी तुम घन बन हम मोरा जैसे चितवत चांद चकोरा जैसे चितवत चांद चकोरा प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम
प्रभु जी तुम दीपक हम बाती, प्रभु जी तुम दीपक हम बाती, जाके ज्योत जले दिन रात, जाके ज्योत जले दिन रात, प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी पानी, जाके अंग अंग बास समानी, जाके अंग अंग बास समानी, प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी। कहाँ ढूंढे बंदे।
अब प्रस्तुत है ये अंतिम भजन।
Was on your television screen visuals from the death anniversary of the beloved Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee as the nation pays homage to the former Prime Minister. This is the death anniversary today. In fact, the BJP stalwarts have breathed his last on this day today in 2018. Now, all of the stalwarts of the world of politics are present, paying their homage to the former Prime Minister. Of course, we will continue tracking that for you, but right now shifting our focus to Congress Party, which has landed in hot water after the party leader, Congress leader Sonia Gandhi, was visibly frustrated while the national song Vande Mataram was being played. Now, the video emerged in the party leadership says that she's seen saying that she will not sing the full version of the song. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
A huge controversy erupted after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi was seen visibly upset during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Sonia was seen gesturing and appearing to ask a party worker to intervene, while Rahul Gandhi too was seen gesturing during the rendition. Congress then rejected the charge that there was any attempt to stop the national song.
आज यहाँ इंदिरा भवन में पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया गया, इसमें कोई वाद विवाद का सवाल नहीं हुआ। वहाँ कोई रोकने का प्रयास नहीं था, क्योंकि लंबे समय से कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़े हुए थे। सोनिया जी कह रही थी उनके लिए कुर्सी लाके रख दो, बस।
But now a hot mic conversation from the event has added another layer to the controversy. In the audio, Rahul Gandhi is heard saying, "We are only singing our song." He is also heard saying, "Our song is only this much." The BJP launched a stinging attack on the Congress leadership over the visuals, accusing them of disrespecting the national song.
At this time, we have seen a very ugly movement when, in the head office of the Congress party, it was seen that their supreme leader, Srimati Sonia Gandhi, their super president, Rahul Gandhi, and sitting president, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, while it was being sung, they were not attentive. Rather than they were casually talking to each other. This shows that Congress party has not yet accepted the complete and wholeheartedly accepted the full form of Vande Mataram. So we strongly condemn this deplorable act of the top leadership of Congress party.
BJP leaders also flagged Congress's leadership's alleged discomfort with the national song.
आज कांग्रेस नेतृत्व ने एक बार फिर दिखा दिया कि उसे संपूर्ण वंदे मातरम से कितनी बेचैनी। यह सिर्फ प्रोटोकॉल का सवाल नहीं, यह देश के सम्मान का सवाल है। कांग्रेस ने अपनी ओछी और तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चक्कर में आज राष्ट्रीय गीत का अपमान किया है। पूरे देश से कांग्रेस को माफी मांगनी चाहिए। जब राष्ट्रगीत गाया जा रहा हो तब हर भारतीय से अपेक्षा होती है कि वो पूरे सम्मान और अनुशासन के साथ खड़ा रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस मुख्यालय में आज जब वंदे मातरम के मूल स्वरूप को गाया जा रहा था, जिसे जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने खत्म कर दिया था, हटा दिया था, उसके गाने पर राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी और खड़गे जी स्पष्ट रूप से असहज दिख रहे थे। आपस में वंदे मातरम को खत्म करने के लिए हिलजुल करते नजर आए। ये बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। वंदे मातरम भाजपा या कांग्रेस के किसी राजनीतिक दल की संपत्ति नहीं है। ये भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आत्मा का हिस्सा है। ये उन करोड़ों लोगों की भावना है जिन्होंने देश की आजादी के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया।
The Congress, however, continues to deny that there was any attempt to stop Vande Mataram. Now, with the hot mic audio entering the controversy, critics are questioning whether the chair explanation tells the complete story. A national song, an Independence Day celebration, and a political war that has only intensified with the emergence of the new video.
Viewers, heading into a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, protesting Jharkhand students announce plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies of Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Welcome back. You're watching live this morning. Right now, sports updates for you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on his 80th Independence Day address on Saturday, reaffirmed India's bid to host the 2036 Olympics and unveiled a nationwide talent hunt to identify sporting talent amongst the children aged 5 to 15. Team India marks Independence Day in Gale with a tricolour hoisting ahead of the first test against Sri Lanka. Head coach Gautam Gambhir, skipper Shubham Gill and teammates joined the ceremony with BCCI cheering and sharing the moments in the video. Indian cricket legends marked the nation's 80th Independence Day with heartfelt tributes on social media. Sachin Tendulkar shared a picture of the tricolour, writing Happy Independence Day. T20I skipper Shreyas Iyer echoed the greeting on X, while spin great Anil Kumble added Happy Independence Day, Jai Hind. Australia pacer Josh Hazlewood claimed his 14th career 5-wicket haul in the first test against Bangladesh in Darwin, becoming the 9th Australian bowler to reach 300 test wickets. He joined Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins and Michelle Stark in the elite 300 wicket club. Coming up after a short commercial break on Live This Morning, 47 killed after a 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across the country.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We all must learn the lesson the era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we will destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 mahine, 6 months over, more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and
watching live this morning, the headlines for the hour. Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi is seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. The Congress chair's defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in hot mic video. Protesting Jharkhand students announced plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies on Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal, 4 killed in the landslide. 47 killed after 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across the country. A solemn tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Prime Minister Modi and national leader gather at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. Viewers, bringing you the first breaking news of the hour, where the TMC leader was found dead in mysterious circumstances. We're talking about Ashish Banerjee, who was found hanging inside the party office adjacent to his home in Rampurohat, Birbhum. This is unfortunate news coming from the former TMC MLA and also the former West Bengal Assembly Deputy Speaker Ashish Banerjee, whose body was found hanging in the party office. This is under mysterious circumstances that his body was found, although any of the details were, according to the police sources, the initial suspect is that he has committed suicide, but the real cause of the death will only be known after the autopsy will come out. Now, Ashish Banerjee had newly joined the new Trinamool after the few days. In fact, people from both the camps of Trinamool are very surprised about the whole incident. But these are visuals from outside the TMC office, where his body was found hanging of the former MLA and former Deputy Speaker from the TMC, Ashish Banerjee. Viewers, Ashish was living in the Hatala Para, which is ward number 5 of Rampurohat. There was a party office adjacent to his house. And today in the morning, a hanging body of the former Deputy Speaker was recovered from the party office in his own house. Now, Trinamool workers, ordinary people from the area have gathered, and you can see visuals where Ashish has been seen, his body has been now taken for an autopsy. But Ashish was the companion in the Anubrata Mandal, where he was the president of the Birbhum district Trinamool. Viewers, bringing you more breaking news, and this time it's coming from Elon Musk. Elon Musk has now announced his new X move to make the government censorship request more visible to the users. In fact, this is the breaking news where X is to make government censorship requests visible. In fact, under the planned transparency changes, X users will now be notified when the government agencies request a specific post to be taken down, or any account now faces some kind of restriction in the future. So Elon Musk is making any censorship required by the government now clearly visible, and these are the new changes that Elon Musk has now announced in his new X move. Viewers, on your television screen are visuals where now X will be now taking a new move, where Elon Musk has decided that any government censorship requests are going to be more visible to the users. Any censorship required by the government is now going to be clearly visible to the users of X. Viewers, a major escalation in the ongoing student agitation in Jharkhand. JPSC, JSSC aspirants have now announced a direct Gherao of the Chief Minister's residence, Hemant Soren. This is going to happen on the 20th of August after giving the state government an ultimatum till the 18th of August. Now, students are demanding cancellation of the JSSC and JPSC examination. They are requesting and in fact asking now, demanding a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities and also action over the recruitment process. They have also announced effigy burning protest across the state and say that their movement will now take a more aggressive course. Take a look at this detailed report.
Exposed and unmasked, the Congress government in Jharkhand and the Cockroach Janata Party remain ignorant of the students protesting in Ranchi. But these aspirants have now given an ultimatum.
बहुत हो गई गांधीवादी, बहुत हो गया साफ तरीके से। अब इन लोग नहीं समझ रहे, हम अब भगत सिंह का रुख अपनाने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए सरकार अगर हमारे सीने में गोली भी मार दे, हम गोली खाने के लिए तैयार है। जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हो जाती, हम लोग अपना आंदोलन को जारी रखेंगे। 18 तारीख तक सरकार को अल्टीमेटम दे रहे हैं, हमारी मांग को पूरा कीजिए, JSSC रद्द कीजिए, TDPL एजेंसी द्वारा लिए गए तमाम एग्जाम को रद्द करते हुए सभी में CBI जांच कीजिए। अगर ऐसा नहीं करते हैं, झारखंड के लाखों छात्र नौजवान 20 तारीख को CM आवास का घेराव करेंगे।
The protesters are demanding cancellation of JSSC results, scrapping of exams conducted by the TDPL agency, and a CBI inquiry into the State Commission examinations. Warning, if the demands are not met by August 18, lakhs of students and youth will lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence on August 20.
अब समय आ गया है दिसोम गुरु के निर्देश में जो आंदोलन पूर्व में झारखंड के अलग करने को लेकर के जिस प्रकार से आंदोलन किया, उन्हीं के नक्शे कदम पे हम झारखंड में नौकरियां बचाने का आंदोलन करने जा रहे हैं। पुतला दहन करेंगे हम लोग। अगर JSSC CGL और JPSC 11 to 13 रद्द नहीं की जाती, उनमें CBI जांच नहीं कराई जाती, 24 जिलों के मुख्यालय में पुतला दहन करेंगे और रांची में भी करेंगे। न सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन का करेंगे बल्कि राहुल गांधी का भी करेंगे। और 20 तारीख डेट याद रखिए, 20 तारीख, 10 तारीख को विधानसभा घेराव झांकी थी, 20 तारीख अभी बाकी है।
Students have also, for the first time, raised a demand for the resignation of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren himself. When the nation was celebrating Independence Day, these students, with tricolour in their hands, continued to raise voice against injustice.
सरकार दबाव बना ही रही है ये प्रोटेस्ट को कमज़ोर करने के लिए, लेकिन इससे हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं। वो चाहे लाठी बरसा ले या मार ले या फांसी पे लटका दे, हम लोग अपना हक और अधिकार के लिए लड़ेंगे और लड़ते रहेंगे जब तक हम लोग की मांगें पूरी नहीं होगी। और मेन मांग जो हम लोग का मुख्य रूप से है वो है झारखंड CGL, और झारखंड CGL को सरकार को रद्द करना ही होगा।
It is now a test for the Congress Alliance government in Jharkhand and the moment of truth for many who were supporting Deep State Dipke. Where are these two when students in Ranchi need them the most?
Viewers, retired Major General G.D. Bakshi delivers a blistering critique of how the United States under President Donald Trump walked into classic escalation trap similar to the Vietnam War. He underscores Iran's formidable asymmetric warfare strength rooted in its mountainous terrain and hardened underground military facilities that have allowed it to withstand sustained airstrikes. Bakshi details the severe depletion of US military stockpiles, in fact enormous financial losses in high-value defense systems, and America's inability to eliminate Iran's dispersed missile and drone networks. G.D. Bakshi ji also further warns of conflict to severe economic fallout, in fact including soaring oil prices and real risk of triggering a global depression. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium. And all this while, when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we'll destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 mahine, 6 months over, more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and your backstabbing and your lies that, sir, we will wait for you to go as a president and negotiate with the next American president. At least somebody who has some sense of honor, self-respect and sticking to the truth. So help us God. So help us.
All right, viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break, but right now you're watching live this morning on Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
वंदे मातरम, शुभ्र ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी, पुण्यकुसुमिता द्रुपदल शोभिनी, सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी, सुखदां वरदां मातरं, वन्दे मातरं। कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद करले, कोटि कोटि भुज धृत कर कर वाले, केवल माँ तुम्हें आ बोले, बहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी, रिपुदल वारिणी मातरं, वन्दे मातरं। तुम्हें विद्या तुम्हें धर्मा, तुम्हें नीति तुम्हें कर्मा, त्वं हि प्राणा शरीरे, बहुते तुम्हें मां शक्ति, हृदये तुम्हें मां भक्ति, तुम्हारे प्रतिमा बड़ी मंदिरे मंदिरे।
शुरू करेंगे।
विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, सदा शक्ति सरसाने वाला, प्रेम सुधा बरसाने वाला, वीरों को हर्षाने वाला, मातृभूमि का धन मन सारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, शान न इसकी जाने पाए, चाहे जान भले ही जाए, विश्व विजय करके दिखलाए, तब होवे प्रण पूर्ण हमारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा, विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we will destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 months over. more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and your backstabbing and your lies that, sir, we will wait for you to go as a president and negotiate with the next American president. At least somebody who has some sense of honor, self-respect and sticking to the truth. So help us God. So help us God. You want to fight in the name of God? You know, the Epstein class wants to murder the ordinary Americans. Well, then you might as well learn the management techniques of long drawn war, sir. If you can't rotate troops, even in Vietnam there was the tour of duty, Nam tour of duty, and nobody extended it beyond. In the Indian Army, 3 months, and they in combat areas they try and give the soldier a break. We always used to give a break, either casual leave or annual leave. Ja, get lost, son. We don't want to see you. Go to your mom, dad, go to your wife and children, come back, relax, recharged, fight again. Russia has been fighting for 4 years. They've not had a problem like in the Abraham Lincoln, like in the George Bush, people stuffing their towels and t-shirts into the loose, laundry fires, this, that and this, that. This is a clear sign of poor military morale. And the best of military professionals. It is a sad thing to see this happening to such a professional armed forces like the United States of America because of total mismanagement at the topmost level. You know, Attila the Hun as the Secretary of War from his air-conditioned office saying 10 months, no problems, we will fight. Sir, you are not on that bloody ship, you are in an air-conditioned office. And if you had some bloody combat experience, you would have known that in combat people have to be rotated in a long drawn war. It's not a short 2-day, 4-day war. It is not Venezuela. You haven't gotten that as yet. Iran is not Venezuela. Venezuela, you purchased everyone. Iran, every child is prepared to fight. Because you have made it a question of existential survival. So they are fighting. And if they have been forced to go nuclear, they have learned the lesson from North Korea. Even Professor Mearsheimer had said, if I was the Iranians, I would have gone nuclear. That is the only way to save yourself. Dare you touch North Korea? Dare you touch? Because the day you do, you will get it back on the continental United States. And then you will realize, you know, these experiments with guinea pig Asian population can backfire badly if it happens to your own. You know, very brave, very cruel with unarmed people. 168 girls we killed in Menab. What Tarzan? We are Attila the Hun. Aye, we are pitiless, merciless. Sir, I'm sorry, I would think very poorly of you as a military commander. If you haven't have the common sense to understand the troops in combat in a long drawn battle have to be rotated. We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina and your industrial capacity. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी
शिखंड कल कल विनाद करले कोटि कोटि भुजे धृत कर कर वाले केवल माँ तुम्हें बोले बहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी विपुदल वारिणी मातरम वंदे मातरम तुम्हें विद्या तुम्हें धर्मा तुम्हें विधि तुम्हें वर्मा वंदे प्राणा शरीरे बहुते तुम्हें मां शक्ति हृदय तुम्हें मां भक्ति तुम्हारे प्रतिमा बड़ी मंदिरे मंदिरे वंदे मातरम वंदे दुर्गा दश प्रहरण धारिणी कमला कमल दल विहारिणी वाणी विद्या दायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलां कमलां अतुलां सुजलां सफलां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणी मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा सदा शक्ति सरसाने वाला प्रेम सुधा बरसाने वाला वीरों को हर्षाने वाला मातृभूमि का तन मन सारा झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा शान न इसकी जाने पाए चाहे जान भले ही जाए विश्व विजय करके दिखलाए तब होगे प्रण पूर्ण हमारा।
Watching live this morning, the headlines for the hour. Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi is seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. The Congress chair's defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in hot mic video. Protesting Jharkhand students announce plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies on Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal, 4 killed in the landslide. 47 killed after 7.7 magnitude earthquake ravages Indonesia. Aftershocks also felt across the country. A solemn tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Prime Minister Modi and national leader gather at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. Viewers, bringing you the first breaking news of the hour, where the TMC leader was found dead in mysterious circumstances. We're talking about Ashish Banerjee, who was found hanging inside the party office adjacent to his home in Rampurohat, Birbhum. This is unfortunate news coming from the former TMC MLA and also the former West Bengal Assembly Deputy Speaker Ashish Banerjee, whose body was found hanging in the party office. This is under mysterious circumstances that his body was found, although any of the details were, according to the police sources, the initial suspect is that he has committed suicide, but the real cause of the death will only be known after the autopsy will come out. Now, Ashish Banerjee had newly joined the new Trinamool after the few days. In fact, people from both the camps of Trinamool are very surprised about the whole incident. But these are visuals from outside the TMC office where his body was found hanging of the former MLA and former Deputy Speaker from the TMC, Ashish Banerjee. Viewers, Ashish was living in the Hatala Para, which is ward number 5 of Rampurohat. There was a party office adjacent to his house. And today in the morning, a hanging body of the former Deputy Speaker was recovered from the party office in his own house. Now, Trinamool workers, ordinary people from the area have gathered, and you can see visuals where Ashish has been seen, his body has been now taken for an autopsy. But Ashish was the companion in the Anubrata Mandal, where he was the president of the Birbhum district Trinamool. Viewers, bringing you more breaking news, and this time it's coming from Elon Musk. Elon Musk has now announced his new X move to make the government censorship request more visible to the users. In fact, this is the breaking news where X is to make government censorship requests visible. In fact, under the planned transparency changes, X users will now be notified when the government agencies request a specific post to be taken down or any account now faces some kind of restriction in the future. So Elon Musk is making any censorship required by the government now clearly visible, and these are the new changes that Elon Musk has now announced in his new X move. Viewers, on your television screen are visuals where now X will be now taking a new move, where Elon Musk has decided that any government censorship requests are going to be more visible to the users. Any censorship required by the government is now going to be clearly visible to the users of X. Viewers, a major escalation in the ongoing student agitation in Jharkhand. JPSC, JSSC aspirants have now announced a direct Gherao of the Chief Minister's residence, Hemant Soren. This is going to happen on the 20th of August after giving the state government an ultimatum till the 18th of August. Now, students are demanding cancellation of the JSSC and JPSC examination. They are requesting and in fact asking now, demanding a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities and also action over the recruitment process. They have also announced effigy burning protest across the state and say that their movement will now take a more aggressive course. Take a look at this detailed report.
Exposed and unmasked, the Congress government in Jharkhand and the Cockroach Janata Party remain ignorant of the students protesting in Ranchi. But these aspirants have now given an ultimatum.
बहुत हो गई गांधीवादी, बहुत हो गया सभ्य तरीके से। अब इन लोग नहीं समझ रहे, हम अब भगत सिंह का रुख अपनाने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए सरकार अगर हमारे सीने में गोली भी मार दे, हम गोली खाने के लिए तैयार है। जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हो जाती, हम लोग अपना आंदोलन को जारी रखेंगे। 18 तारीख तक सरकार को अल्टीमेटम दे रहे हैं, हमारी मांग को पूरा कीजिए, जेएसएससी से रद्द कीजिए, टीडीपीएल एजेंसी द्वारा लिए गए तमाम एग्जाम को रद्द करते हुए सभी में सीबीआई जांच कीजिए। अगर ऐसा नहीं करते हैं, झारखंड के लाखों छात्र नौजवान 20 तारीख को सीएम आवास का घेराव करेंगे।
The protesters are demanding cancellation of JSSC results, scrapping of exams conducted by the TDPL agency, and a CBI inquiry into the state commission examinations. warning if the demands are not met by August 18, lakhs of students and youth will lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence on August 20.
अब समय आ गया है दिसोम गुरु के निर्देश में जो आंदोलन पूर्व में झारखंड के अलग करने को लेकर के जिस प्रकार से आंदोलन किया, उन्हीं के नक्शे कदम पे हम झारखंड में नौकरियां बचाने का आंदोलन करने जा रहे हैं। पुतला दहन करेंगे हम लोग। अगर JSSC CGL और JPSC 11 to 13 रद्द नहीं की जाती, उनमें CBI जांच नहीं कराई जाती, 24 जिलों के मुख्यालय में पुतला दहन करेंगे और रांची में भी करेंगे। न सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन का करेंगे बल्कि राहुल गांधी का भी करेंगे। और 20 तारीख डेट याद रखिए, 20 तारीख, 10 तारीख को विधानसभा घेराव झांकी थी, 20 तारीख अभी बाकी है।
Students have also, for the first time, raised a demand for the resignation of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren himself. When the nation was celebrating Independence Day, these students with tricolour in their hands continued to raise voice against injustice.
सरकार दबाव बना ही रही है ये प्रोटेस्ट को कमज़ोर करने के लिए, लेकिन इससे हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं। वो चाहे लाठी बरसा ले या मार ले या फांसी पे लटका दे, हम लोग अपना हक और अधिकार के लिए लड़ेंगे और लड़ते रहेंगे जब तक हम लोग की मांगें पूरी नहीं होगी। और मेन मांग जो हम लोग का मुख्य रूप से है वो है झारखंड CGL, और झारखंड CGL को सरकार को रद्द करना ही होगा।
It is now a test for the Congress alliance government in Jharkhand and the moment of truth for many who were supporting deep state Dipke. Where are these two when students in Ranchi need them the most?
Viewers, retired Major General G.D. Bakshi delivers a blistering critique of how the United States, under President Donald Trump, walked into classic escalation trap similar to the Vietnam War. He underscores Iran's formidable asymmetric warfare strength rooted in its mountainous terrain and hardened underground military facilities that have allowed it to withstand sustained airstrikes. Bakshi details the severe depletion of U.S. military stockpiles, in fact, enormous financial losses in high-value defense systems and America's inability to eliminate Iran's dispersed missile and drone networks. G.D. Bakshi ji also further warns of conflict to severe economic fallout, in fact, including soaring oil prices and real risk of triggering a global depression. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium. And all this while, when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we'll destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 mahine, 6 months over, more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and your backstabbing and your lies that, sir, we will wait for you to go as a president and negotiate with the next American president. At least somebody who has some sense of honor, self-respect and sticking to the truth. So help us God. So help us.
All right, viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break, but right now you're watching live this morning on Republic TV.
Nations, and over the last 13 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speeches have done exactly that. From echoing global stages to reaching the most remote villages of India, PM Modi's words have become the blueprint for a new India. We bring you this report showing 13 of his most defining and iconic lines, quotes that didn't just make headlines but shifted policies, united 1 billion plus people and defined an entire political era.
आज 15 अगस्त को देश के लिए कुछ न कुछ करने का संकल्प लेकर के चलेंगे। हम देश के लिए काम आए, देश को आगे बढ़ाने का संकल्प लेकर चलेंगे। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं भाइयों बहनों, मैं मेरे सरकार के साथियों को भी कहता हूं, अगर आप 12 घंटे काम करोगे तो मैं 13 घंटे करूंगा, अगर आप 14 घंटे काम करोगे तो मैं 15 घंटे करूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं प्रधानमंत्री नहीं, प्रधान सेवक के रूप में आपके बीच आया हूं। मैं शासक के रूप में नहीं, सेवक के रूप में सरकार लेकर के आया हूं। पूरे विश्व की तुलना में हमें आगे बढ़ना है तो हमारे युवकों को हमें प्रोत्साहित करना होगा, उनको अवसर देना होगा। हमारे युवक नए उद्योगकार कैसे बने, हमारे युवक नए उत्पादक कैसे बने, पूरे देश में इन नए उद्यमियों के द्वारा एक स्टार्टअप का पूरा नेटवर्क कैसे खड़ा हो। हिंदुस्तान का कोई जिला, हिंदुस्तान का कोई ब्लॉक ऐसा ना हो कि आने वाले दिनों में नए स्टार्टअप शुरू न हुए हो। क्या भारत ये सपना नहीं देख सकता कि हम दुनिया में, स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में भारत नंबर 1 पर पहुंचेगा? आज हम नहीं है। भाइयों बहनों, इस स्टार्टअप को मुझे बढ़ देना और इसलिए मेरा संकल्प है आने वाले दिनों में स्टार्टअप इंडिया और देश के भविष्य के लिए स्टैंड अप इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया। मैं आज लाल किले की प्राचीर से कुछ लोगों का विशेष अभिनंदन और आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। पिछले कुछ दिनों से बलूचिस्तान के लोगों ने, गिलगिट के लोगों ने, पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के लोगों ने, वहां के नागरिकों ने जिस प्रकार से मुझे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दिया है, जिस प्रकार से मेरा आभार व्यक्त किया है, मेरे प्रति उन्होंने जो सद्भावना जताई है, दूर दूर बैठे हुए लोग, जिस धरती को मैंने देखा नहीं है, जिन लोगों को विषय में मेरी कभी मुलाकात नहीं हुई है, लेकिन ऐसे दूर सुदूर बैठे हुए लोग हिंदुस्तान के एक प्रधानमंत्री को अभिनंदन करते हैं, उसका आदर करते हैं तो वो मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासियों का आनंद है, वो मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है। जम्मू कश्मीर का विकास, जम्मू कश्मीर की उन्नति, जम्मू कश्मीर के सामान्य नागरिक के सपनों को पूरा करने का प्रयास, ये जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार के साथ साथ हम देशवासियों का भी संकल्प है। फिर से एक बार इस स्वर्ग को हम अनुभव करें, उस स्थिति में लाने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं, हम कटिबद्ध हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, कश्मीर के अंदर जो कुछ भी होता है, बयानबाजी भी बहुत होती है, आक्षेप भी बहुत होते हैं, हर कोई एक दूसरे को गाली देने में लगा रहता है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, मैं साफ मानता हूं कि कश्मीर में जो कुछ भी घटनाएं घटती हैं, अलगाववादी, मुट्ठी भर अलगाववादी, ये अलगाववादी जिस प्रकार के नए नए पैंतरे रचते रहते हैं, लेकिन उस लड़ाई को जीतने के लिए मेरे दिमाग में विषय साफ है, न गाली से समस्या सुलझने वाली है, न गोली से समस्या सुलझने वाली है। समस्या सुलझेगी हर कश्मीरी को गले लगा करके सुलझने वाली है। और 125 करोड़ देशवासी यही परंपरा से पला बढ़ा है। और इसलिए न गाली से न गोली से परिवर्तन होगा, गले लगा करके, और उस संकल्प को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इस लाल किले की प्राचीर से मैं देशवासियों को एक खुशखबरी सुनाना चाहता हूं। हमारा देश अंतरिक्ष की दुनिया में प्रगति करता रहा है, लेकिन हमने सपना देखा है, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने सपना देखा है, हमारे देश ने संकल्प किया है कि 2022 जब आजादी के 75 साल होंगे, तब यहां हो सके तो उससे पहले आजादी का 75 साल मनाएंगे। तब तक मां भारत का कोई संतान, चाहे बेटा हो या बेटी, कोई भी हो सकता है, वे अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे, हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर के जाएंगे। आजादी के 75 साल के पहले इस सपने को पूरा करना है। आज लाल किले से जब मैं देश को संबोधित कर रहा हूं, तब मैं ये गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि आज हर हिंदुस्तानी कह सकता है, वन नेशन वन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। आज हमें फिर से संकल्प लेने की जरूरत है। ये संकल्प आजादी के लिए बलिदान देने वालों के सपनों को पूरा करने का हो। ये संकल्प 130 करोड़ देशवासियों के लिए हो। ये संकल्प हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हो, उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए हो। ये संकल्प आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए हो। हमें शपथ लेनी होगी, हमें प्रतिज्ञा करनी होगी। हम आयात को कम से कम करने की दिशा में योगदान करेंगे। हम अपने लघु उद्योगों को सशक्त करेंगे। हम सब लोकल के लिए वोकल बनेंगे। यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम बार बार लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी को याद करते हैं। जय जवान जय किसान का उनका मंत्र आज भी देश के लिए प्रेरणा है। बाद में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने जय विज्ञान कह करके उसमें एक कड़ी जोड़ दी थी और देश ने उसको प्राथमिकता दी थी। लेकिन अब अमृत काल के लिए एक और अनिवार्यता है, और वो है जय अनुसंधान। जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान जय अनुसंधान, इनोवेशन। और मुझे मेरे देश की युवा पीढ़ी में भरोसा है, इनोवेशन की ताकत देखिए। आज हमारा यूपीआई भीम हमारा डिजिटल पेमेंट, फिनटेक की दुनिया में हमारा स्थान, आज विश्व में रियल टाइम 40% अगर डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल का ट्रांजैक्शन होता है तो मेरे देश में हो रहा है। हिंदुस्तान ने ये करके दिखाया। हमें याद है 1200 साल पहले इस देश पर आक्रमण हुआ, एक छोटे से राज्य के छोटे से राजा का पराजय हुआ, लेकिन तब पता तक नहीं था कि एक घटना भारत को 1000 साल की गुलामी में फंसा देगी। और हम गुलामी में जकड़ते गए, जो आया लूटता गया, जो जिसका मन चाहा हम पे आके सवार हो गया। कैसा विपरीत काल रहा होगा वो 1000 साल का। मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, घटना छोटी क्यों ना हो, लेकिन 1000 साल तक प्रभाव छोड़ के रही है। लेकिन मैं आज इस बात का जिक्र इसलिए करना चाहता हूं कि भारत के वीरों ने इस कालखंड में कोई भूभाग ऐसा नहीं था, कोई समय ऐसा नहीं था जब उन्होंने देश की आजादी के लौ को जलता न रखा हो, बलिदान की परंपरा न बनाई हो। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बार बार यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लेकर जो चर्चा की है, अनेक बार आदेश दिए हैं, क्योंकि देश का एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ग मानता है और उसमें सच्चाई भी है कि जिस सिविल कोड को हम लेकर के जी रहे हैं वो सिविल कोड सचमुच में तो एक प्रकार का कम्युनल सिविल कोड है, भेदभाव करने वाला सिविल कोड है। ऐसे सिविल कोड से जब संविधान के 75 वर्ष मना रहे और संविधान की भावना भी जो हमें कहती है करने के लिए, देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी हमें कहती है करने के लिए, और तब जो संविधान निर्माताओं का सपना था उस सपने को पूरा करना हम सबका दायित्व है। और मैं मानता हूं इस गंभीर विषय पर देश में चर्चा हो, व्यापक चर्चा हो, हर कोई अपने विचारों को लेकर के आए और उन कानूनों को, जो कानून धर्म के आधार पर देश को बांटते, जो ऊंच नीच का कारण बन जाते हैं, ऐसे कानूनों को आधुनिक समाज में कोई स्थान नहीं हो सकता है। और इसलिए मैं तो कहूंगा अब समय की मांग है कि देश में एक सेकुलर सिविल कोड हो। हमने कम्युनल सिविल कोड में 75 साल बिताए हैं, अब हमें सेक्युलर सिविल कोड की तरफ जाना होगा और तब जाकर के देश में धर्म के आधार पर जो भेदभाव हो रहे हैं, सामान्य नागरिक को जो दूरी महसूस होती है, उससे हमें मुक्ति मिलेगी। हमारी सेना तय करेगी, सेना की शर्तों पर, सेना जो समय निर्धारित करे उस समय पर, सेना जो तौर तरीके तय करे उस तौर तरीके से, सेना जो लक्ष्य तय करे उस लक्ष्य को अब हम अमल में ला करके रहने वाले हैं। हम मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, भारत ने तय कर लिया है, खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बहेंगे। मैं सभी देशवासियों से कहूंगा, समय हमारा है। मैं सभी देशवासियों से कहूंगा, समय हमारा है, अवसर हमारा है, संकल्प हमारा है। आइए सपनों को संकल्प बनाए, संकल्प को सामर्थ्य बनाए और सामर्थ्य को सफलता में बदल के रहें। आइए हर कदम को विकास का कदम बनाएं, कदम से कदम मिलाएं, मन से मन मिलाए, लक्ष्य से जुड़े रहे। एक दीप से जले दीप हजारों, आओ मिलकर विकसित भारत बनाए। एक दीप से जले दीप हजारों, आओ मिलकर विकसित भारत बनाए, इसी एक भावना के साथ इस मंगल पर्व पर आप सबको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, ex-TMC MLA Ashish Banerjee found dead under mysterious circumstances. Body found hanging in party office.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Hello everyone and welcome to Viksit Bharat 2047 Infra and Realty Edition 2026. Now this edition is presented by Adani, co-powered by Tiranga Estate, co-powered by Signature Global, pioneering real estate in Gurugram Skyline, and associate sponsor Trivok. Imagine, innovate and inspire. Now we've talked about airports, we've talked about cities, we've talked about capital as well, and now it's important to ask, where is the development story headed at the moment? Now for years, the real estate story, the headlines centered around the metro cities, whether it was Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, these were the cities we talked about. But as connectivity now improves and economic corridors are coming up across the country, we are looking at these rigid boundaries getting challenged. We are looking at real estate opportunities also opening up in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. The cities, in fact, a lot of you also mentioned before that you come from. So for our next panel, we have a speaker that represents a new generation of real estate leadership focused on differentiated, design-led and luxury developments. As Managing Director of Trivok Group, Mr. Gurpal Singh Chawla represents the third generation of 75-year entrepreneurial legacy and has been driving the group's expansion into newer markets. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Gurpal Singh Chawla, Managing Director of Trivok Group. Joining him again in the conversation is Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, Chairman BCD Group. He's going to take the conversation forward with him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gurpal. It is a pleasure to talk to you about one of the most interesting conversations. You not only represent a third generation, real estate developer, but I want to start with the infrastructure story, and I want to understand how you look at infrastructure as a long-staying developer, especially focused on the NCR market. My first question to you is that what is the role of growing infrastructure in the edges of the metros? Because the metros are now quite congested and everything is now expanding. And how do you see the role of infrastructure and the growth of edges of the metros that is going to happen in the near future?
Thank you, Ashwinderji. Thank you for having me here. And I think we've started with the most interesting topic and the talk which is going on about infrastructure, because, we've seen in the last decade, infrastructure, the road networks have been given a greater push. But I would say that the growth of real estate and the growth of cities and the metro cities and the nearby cities was majorly dependent on infrastructure, and I've been seeing that from a long time. Once, I would say about 20 years ago, when my father started developing on Sona Road, that time reaching Sona Road in Gurgaon, and today, it's all infrastructure has made the change. And the developers, there was demand from the people for, houses, for offices, for retail areas, because of the approachability. And that started with the right road networks, and that's how Sona Road today, if you talk about Gurgaon, Sona Road name comes there as it is. So, and now you're talking about the entire expansion of the cities is outward. Like if you see NCR, if you see Haryana, coming up with this Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, coming up with this UER2, Kundli, Panipat, Sonipat, they've just an hour's drive from, Gurgaon, hour's drive from Delhi. You talk about Noida, look at the infrastructure. I rarely come to Noida, but today reaching Noida, there was no problem of roads. And I think you look at Republic Office in itself, it's a mini ecosystem. So I would say because of the infrastructure and the road networks growing, it's not only about the metro cities, every part is becoming a mini ecosystem.
So my point is, you made a very good example. When I started my real estate career, there was a company called India Homes, which I was the co-founder. And I sold maximum, a lot of your projects on India Homes. And I don't know if you remember or not.
No, we've talked about it, I remember.
Yes. But my point is that when we talk about infrastructure, you saw that Sona will develop, Sona Road will develop, and you started developing on Sona Road. So what is it that, what I don't see is, I do not see many large established developers and developers like yours who really focus on premium and luxury housing. Why don't I see people like you going to tier 2 as much? Because all the micro markets that you mentioned are in and around NCR.
Exactly.
And they definitely become the edge of the metro.
Yeah.
So what is your thought? Because if you can see an opportunity that infrastructure is going to come there, because today Sona Road is unaffordable in the last 20 years. So how do you look at tier 2 markets for yourself as a developer?
I think tier 2 markets are the future. The only thing, the question that you asked is why don't people look at it? Because first of all, real estate in itself is a game of patience. Any project that you start is 4 or 5 years down the line completion. But when you go to tier 2 and you set up an entire infrastructure, like from last 1 year, we've been planning to enter into tier 2, and trust me, buying land, getting all the paperwork done and going through, licensing and RERA, it is not a very easy job. It is a tough one. And it takes about 2 to 3 years to get there, and then you need patience, because you see visibility, you see potential in a city, but it's not only that if I go there and build houses, it'll start prospering. It has to have the industry, it has to have the business centers, it has to have the retail centers. So for the entire ecosystem to get together, like I would say DLF, Gurgaon, is an ecosystem, right? Yes, DLF was the major role player in building that ecosystem, but it couldn't have done it with the other developers' support and the government support. So everything has to come together, and it is a patience game. But trust me, once anyone gets into it, it is a long-term game and there are fruitful benefits.
So you made an interesting point on ecosystem. My next question to you is, and I'm sure the audience and public at large would want to understand, that as we talk about new infrastructure projects and new real estate projects, how do you look at new developments? Would you be more keen to do standalone developments, or do you think integrated townships as an ecosystem is going to be the sure short way of kind of providing what the end user wants or what the investor wants? I really want to, get your perspective on this.
See, if you're targeting new places, going outward, going to tier 2 cities, I think one cannot think about standalone developments. One has to think about integrated developments, because if you have to push the people there, let's take an example of a township. If I'm selling plots, or if I'm selling villas, or if I'm selling houses, I cannot just call them there without having a retail center, without having maybe an industrial park next to it. A retail center which has the daily need shops. So everything has to come together. It is not just one thing doing the play. In the metro cities, yes, it is standalone developments because everything is already being developed, and you're riding on the other players' infrastructure and the buildings that have been made. But tier 2 cities, it has to be an entire ecosystem, and it has to be a game of patience.
So it is a game of patience. And how do you think the capital ecosystem is maturing and growing to support, developers like you in metros, especially who are in the premium and luxury development? And what are the things, maybe what would be your wish list in terms of, providing more impetus, or the capital ecosystem providing more impetus to real estate entrepreneurs like you?
I think capital has always been a challenge, but it is improving from last 4-5 years. There are a lot of NBFCs and AIFs which want to, invest with you at the right stage of the project. Today, the maximum money which is needed is when you enter a project, when you're buying the land costs have gone so high in the metro cities. And I would say, if you are a disciplined organization and if you follow the rules, especially after RERA, I think there is no mismanage of funds anymore, right? When you're right there, you have an history, you're managing everything by the books, then there is abundant capital available and the right partnerships available with the right people.
So what do you think are the most important things that you still want should happen on the infrastructure side to achieve the goal of India becoming a developed nation in the next 20 odd years? What do you think is happening good on the infrastructure side, and what do you think can improve on the infrastructure side so that this ambition of becoming a developed country becomes a reality?
I think execution has played an important role in last 5 years. First of all, execution speed and the execution has to improve. Second of all, by far, when any layman talks about infrastructure, we think about road networks, right? Road networks, railway networks, airports and everything. But if there's a road to a place, it reaches a place. For the success of the entire area, we need industries, we need houses, we need, I'm repeating the point, we need offices, we need everything. For that to people jump in and start executing, we need easier approvals. As you all say, one window approvals. After that one window, there are many windows. But we need fast, for any private player to get in, we need fast, everyone wants to get in, but because of the troubles of slower approvals and policies, it takes time for one to get into it. So as the execution speed has been growing by the government and there are more roads, I think they should focus more on faster approvals for any given to any private player who wants to establish a township, establish an industrial township, residential township. That coming together, I think there will be a 360-degree change and you will see more integrated township and places coming up.
So you've been in the real estate development space for a few decades and you've seen the home buyer evolving. So I just wanted to ask you, how do you think the home buyer has evolved in the last few decades to the current situation? And do you think the home buyer will further change in the next, coming years or a coming decade? And how do you plan to design, construct and develop in the future and now?
I think home buyers were naive about a decade, 2 decades ago. They just wanted new houses, so they were going for whatever they were offered. But now, especially I would say after COVID, one has started realizing the need of a bigger house with all the facilities equipped. First there was no talk about what are the facilities inside an apartment complex. But today we see the amenities. Everyone talks about 100 plus amenities, 50 plus amenities, 200 plus amenities. What is all that? Person doesn't want to come back to his house just to sleep. He wants a place, he wants a club, he wants a park, he wants everything to, mingle around with friends, activities for his kids, for his family back home, for the elders, security. So it's just not about the house or the specifications of the house, right? It is about what more are you offering. And people have become very aware of the sustainable activities as well. Recycling of water, using the right water, using solar energy. People have become so aware because they work in corporate companies and corporate cultures. They want all this. So I think this is an evolution of the customers, and this is going to go on, and people, as we are going from a developing country to a developed one, and exposure of all the people is growing by traveling to outside countries, we would want better houses, and the architects, the developers would have to bring on the proven strategies from abroad to the housing in India.
So, we covered a lot of points and thank you. It was quite enriching and I'm sure the audience would have really benefited from this. As we conclude this conversation, I would just want you to tell us if there is, something that one fundamental change or one fundamental modification that can happen that can immediately give you a stepping stone of growth, whether it is on land, whether it is on ease of doing business, whether it is on capital. What is that one thing that you think can change and really give a breath of fresh air to the real estate development community, or something to do with infrastructure, something that you have been observing, so that we really get to understand the real problem the way you look at it, and what is it that you would want that problem to get solved?
I think That's a thing we always talk about. There is no one thing. The biggest thing is that, real estate is a lot dependent. First buying land from the landowners, then getting approvals, then making the right product, then selling to the right customers. It's an entire cycle. So, first of all, execution is there. Infrastructure is about execution. But today we see all the infrastructure projects majorly done by the government, right? So somehow that flexibility or that easier execution or better policies for the private players in real estate would, it'll be a rocket for development, and that is needed. And it's from both sides. I would say the developers have to be more disciplined and developers have to follow the rules, and the government has to work hand in hand for better policies and faster execution.
Thank you, Gurpal. Actually, the final thing is about having more collaboration between the government and the private sector. And the way real estate is evolving, we are evolving from standalone projects to more integrated ecosystems on the tier 2 side. And as I said, keep on doing the good work, and wishing you the best. I really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you. Same here, Ashwinderji. Thank you so much.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we will destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 mahine, 6 months over, more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and your backstabbing and your lies that, sir, we will wait for you to go as a president and negotiate with the next American president. At least somebody who has some sense of honor, self-respect and sticking to the truth. So help us God. So help us God. You want to fight in the name of...
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
शस्य श्यामलां वन्दे मातरम्। शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी, पुण्यकुसुमित द्रुपदलशोभिनी, सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी, सुखदां वरदां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्। कोटि कोटि कण्ठ कल कल विनाद करले, कोटि कोटि भुज मृत कर कर वाले, केवल माँ तुम्हें आ बोले, बहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी, विपुदल वारिणी मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्। तुमि विद्या तुमि
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये
हाँ।
आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है?
टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they will not sing the full song in hot mic video. Protesting Jharkhand students announced plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies of Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. Ex-TMC MLA Ashish Banerjee found dead under mysterious circumstances, body found hanging in the party office. 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal, 4 killed in landslide. Solemn tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Prime Minister Modi and national leaders gather at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to the former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. Viewers, bringing the first breaking news of the hour, where the former TMC MLA and ex-minister and also former West Bengal Assembly Deputy Speaker Ashish Banerjee has been found hanging inside the party office, which was adjacent to his home in Rampurhat, Birbhum. Now, this is under mysterious circumstances that he was found dead. In fact, ex-TMC MLA's body was found hanging in the party office. We will be showing you details of this, but right now the breaking news of the hour is that the TMC leader was found under mysterious circumstances. In fact, he was 74 years old while his body was found hanging inside a party office. He's been a 5-time MLA from Rampurhat, and he was also a very close, aide to Mamta Banerjee. These are visuals on your television screen while his body was brought down. He was joined by the Ritabrata TMC. He was an ex-deputy speaker of the Bengal Legislative Assembly, and he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. An ex-TMC MLA whose body was found in the party office. I have my colleague joining. I have my colleague Indra joining me for a conversation on the phone right now. Indra, this is very disturbing what we are seeing right now. The 74-year-old Ashish Banerjee was found under mysterious circumstances while his body was brought down, and this is inside the party office. Also, Indra, as per my understanding, he's been someone who recently joined the Ritrabrata TMC. What is your understanding of the situation and what are the details that you have for us?
Yeah, see, the mysterious death of former Trinamool Congress MLA from Rampurat, Ashish Banerjee, his hanging body was recovered from his own party office located near his residence. Police initially suspect that he died by suicide due to mental depression. Birbhum police have started an investigation into whether the reason was a family dispute or political frustration. Ashish Banerjee had faced considerable discomfort following the Bogtui massacre in 2002, although he was once considered a close associate of Onubroto Mondal. The distance gradually increased thereafter. In the 2026 assembly election, Ashish Banerjee lost to the BJP candidate Dhruvo Saha by nearly 25,000 votes. After difference developed with Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, Ashish Banerjee moved closer to the Ritabroto lead faction of the Trinamool Congress. He was reportedly quite unhappy with a section of the party leadership and was disappointed with the position taken by the Kalighat leadership towards him. Police are investigating whether these factors led him to take the extreme step. According to police sources, the suicide note recovered from the spot will be sent for the forensic examination. So, the mysterious death of the ex-MLA of Rampurat, Ashish Banerjee, and from there, his hanging body was recovered. It is totally unfortunate, and according to police source, the suicide note recovered from the spot will be sent for forensic examination.
So clearly this is very unfortunate what we are seeing right now, and thank you Indira for joining us for a telephone conversation and giving us all of those updates. Right now, viewers, these are the TMC leader's body which was found in dead circumstance, in very mysterious circumstances. His body was found. He's been somebody who's been a part of the legislature. He's been an ex-legislative speaker as well. Right now, viewers, we will be moving on to our next story and giving you updates. This is coming in from Karnataka, where the food safety officials, they have raided a Mangaluru KFC following a customer complaint online. This was an online order which was placed, and it was spoiled chicken that was delivered to this person, and after which the FDA, the food customers, the Karnataka food safety officials took cognizance of the situation, and they have raided this particular KFC godown in Karnataka. On your television screen are visuals of the spoiled chicken that was sent in an online delivery by the KFC. Now, Mangaluru KFC has taken these food samples and sent it for further investigation. And these raids were actually conducted after this complaint was registered. Now, I have my colleague Abhishek joining us for a conversation right now. Abhishek is joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, what is your understanding of the situation? A lot of these complaints are coming up. Recently, just a few days ago, go-downs of Blinkit and Zomato, and there was there was also Domino's, which was, the license was cancelled. It's becoming like a recurring incident now, Abhishek.
Well, with respect to the various complaints which have been received for the last couple of months, the quality of the food had been reduced across the state, and this is why the food department officials have raided various other places in Karnataka. And the latest example is that one place in KFC, one of the customer who purchased chicken online from KFC complained that a foul smell was found while he was having the chicken which had been delivered by an online delivery application. But after receiving the complaint, the officials from the food department raided the KFC, and they found some of the stale chicken which was more than 45 to 50 days old. This isn't only one such instance, but various other food outlets and hotels across the state have been raided by the food department officials. More than 300 to 400 kilos of chicken have been seized by them. The samples have been taken from various other godowns and the food delivery or the food preparation counters. And at this point of time, the report is being awaited. There will be a severe action initiated, is what the government has mentioned as of now. And we will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of days.
Abhishek, absolutely. We need a serious and a rigorous action because these food samples that have been sent to this testing labs, at the end of the day, the customer needs to have an upfront answer of what the situation is and if there is some kind of legal action that is taken against these corporate and food giants. Abhishek. All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us for a conversation right now. These are on your television screen visuals that were taken. There were raids that were conducted on many places, including KFC's Mangaluru storehouse, where the food safety officials have sealed right now a godown of KFC in Karnataka. But viewers, on your television screen, these are raids and samples have been set on testing labs. Right now, moving on to our next story, where a major escalation in the ongoing student agitation in Jharkhand. JPSC, JSSC aspirants have now announced a direct Gherao at Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. This is going to happen on the 20th of August, and they have given the state government an ultimatum. Now, this is for the 18th of August, and the students have made a very clear demand. One, the cancellation of the JSSC and JPSC examination. Second, the CBI probe into alleged irregularities, and also action over the recruitment process. They've also announced effigy burning protest across the state, and they say that the movement will now take a more aggressive course. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
Exposed and unmasked, the Congress government in Jharkhand and the Cockroach Janata Party remain ignorant of the students protesting in Ranchi. But these aspirants have now given an ultimatum.
बहुत हो गई गांधीवादी, बहुत हो गया सभ्य तरीके से, अब इन लोग नहीं समझ रहे, हम अब भगत सिंह का रुख अपनाने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए सरकार अगर हमारे सीने में गोली भी मार दे, हम गोली खाने के लिए तैयार है। जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हो जाती, हम लोग अपना आंदोलन को जारी रखेंगे। 18 तारीख तक सरकार को अल्टीमेटम दे रहे हैं, हमारी मांग को पूरा कीजिए, JSSC से जल्द रद्द कीजिए, TDPL एजेंसी द्वारा लिए गए तमाम एग्जाम को रद्द करते हुए सभी में CBI जांच कीजिए। अगर ऐसा नहीं करते हैं, झारखंड के लाखों छात्र नौजवान 20 तारीख को CM आवास का घेराव करेंगे।
The protesters are demanding cancellation of JSSC results, scrapping of exams conducted by the TDPL agency, and a CBI inquiry into the state commission examinations. Warning, if the demands are not met by August 18, lakhs of students and youth will lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence on August 20.
अब समय आ गया है दिसोम गुरु के निर्देश में जो आंदोलन पूर्व में झारखंड के अलग करने को लेकर के जिस प्रकार से आंदोलन किया, उन्हीं के नक्शे कदम पे हम झारखंड में नौकरियां बचाने का आंदोलन करने जा रहे हैं। पुतला दहन करेंगे हम लोग। अगर JSSC CGL और JPSC 11 to 13 रद्द नहीं की जाती, उनमें CBI जांच नहीं कराई जाती, 24 जिलों के मुख्यालय में पुतला दहन करेंगे और रांची में भी करेंगे। न सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन का करेंगे बल्कि राहुल गांधी का भी करेंगे। और 20 तारीख डेट याद रखिए, 20 तारीख, 10 तारीख को विधानसभा घेराव झांकी थी, 20 तारीख अभी बाकी है।
Students have also, for the first time, raised a demand for the resignation of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren himself. When the nation was celebrating Independence Day, these students with tricolor in their hands continued to raise voice against injustice.
सरकार दबाव बना ही रही है ये प्रोटेस्ट को कमज़ोर करने के लिए, लेकिन इससे हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं। वो चाहे लाठी बरसा ले या मार ले या फांसी पे लटका दे, हम लोग अपना हक और अधिकार के लिए लड़ेंगे और लड़ते रहेंगे जब तक हम लोग की मांगें पूरी नहीं होगी। और मेन मांग जो हम लोग का मुख्य रूप से वो है झारखंड CGL, और झारखंड CGL को सरकार को रद्द करना ही होगा।
It is now a test for the Congress alliance government in Jharkhand and the moment of truth for many who were supporting deep state DIPK. Where are these two when students in Ranchi need them the most?
You are getting another breaking news where the viewers, after Prime Minister's statement on mental Naxalism, Congress has finally owned up to the Dimagi Naxal branding. Now, Congress has owned up to this Dimagi Naxal branding. And also yesterday from the Red Fort, PM has said about the Maoism that has defeated Dimagi Naxalism and is still thriving. But now Congress leaders have said that they are proud to be Dimagi Naxals. In fact, on your television screen are some tweets where they are proudly claiming to be Dimagi Naxals. So on Saturday, viewers, PM Modi said that the government's action since 2014 was largely ending to end the jungle insurgency that had claimed over 3,500 security personnel. And he also alleged the Maoist mentality had earlier held its position in the government communities and also influenced a lot of policy making. Now, linking to the goal of the Viksit Bharat 2047, the Prime Minister has said that the focus must be keeping to the youth aligned with the nation building. I have my colleague, Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, who is the senior executive editor for Republic TV, joining for a conversation. Abhishek sir, I want to understand what is this Maoist mentality. And, Prime Minister is continuously calling for the, alignment of the nation towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Now, all of these comments coming from the Congress side are just such a juxtaposition to what, the PM is asking the nation to do.
Yes, absolutely, Nayan. So this is a case of mens rea, guilty mind. The same Congress party whose Prime Minister Manmohan Singh called Naxalism and Red Terror the scourge of national security and wanted to launch, or perhaps couldn't do it despite wanting to do it, an all-out operation to eliminate Naxalism. At least in theory, Congress wanted to eliminate Naxalism. The fact that the Congress suffered the biggest leadership loss in the Darbar Ghati terror attack back then in Chhattisgarh. The entire brass of Congress leadership of Chhattisgarh was wiped out in just one attack, and yet for one Congress leader to come out and say that he's proud to be a Dimagi Naxal reflects on exactly what Prime Minister meant, that Dimagi Naxals effectively control the corridors of power. So while we thought that the fight is in the jungles of Bastar and in the Red Corridor, the fight was actually for the mind space, which was completely occupied in the earlier establishment before the Modi government in these centers or corridors of power. And that is the reason why this ecosystem thrived from top to bottom in the academic spaces, in academia, in universities, and in the bars, in the legal fraternity. And they provided legal cover and constitutional protection under which the violence of Maoists, violence of Naxals thrived for all these decades, killing and maiming anything between 50,000 to 100,000 citizens of the country, including security personnel. And it's so ironic that the Congress party, which the Prime Minister of which, in the form of Manmohan Singh, called it the biggest national security or internal security threat to India at one point in time, and their Chhattisgarh leadership was completely wiped out. The same Congress party's leader calls that he says that he's proud to be a Dimagi Naxal. I think this is a debate. This is going to trend. This is going to continue. And within 24 hours of the Vande Mataram fiasco at the AICC headquarters, where the Gandhis were clearly seen to be unhappy, agitated that entire Vande Mataram was being played out, which has now legal protection. I think this is a double whammy of sorts. Second self-goal within 24 hours made by the Congress party does not show them in good light, but that's how the situation seems to be in the case of the principal opposition party of the country.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you so much for joining for this conversation and giving us your valuable insights. In fact, this whole controversy is going to definitely spiral up and, of course, going to trend. But yes, clearly, this is not in alignment with what the Prime Minister has called for, a Viksit Bharat towards 2047. Thank you so much, Abhishek Kapoor, sir, for joining us for a conversation. Right now, we're slipping into our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves in the nation with Bharat in a minute. Let's go. Heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh triggered flood-like scenario in Anwav in the district of Arunachal Pradesh, affecting the army camp. 5 people have died so far. 8 people, including the army personnel, are reported to be missing as rescue operations are underway. The Sikkim administration has ordered for relocation of families after massive landslide hit Rimbi and Siglatam areas of Sikkim. Now the administration is said to be closely monitoring the situation and are coordinating with local authorities to facilitate relief materials and assist with rehabilitation in the landslide hit areas. The cops have encountered 2 criminals during a routine checking operation in Rabupura area of Greater Noida. One of the criminals was injured during the encounter and is currently undergoing treatment at a hospital. Illegal weapons were recovered from both the accused. An investigation into the habitual offenders who are allegedly involved in robbery and theft is underway. Heading into a short commercial break, but coming up after a short break, when India celebrated 80 years of freedom, a TMC leader was found dead in his office. All of these details after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला। रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we will destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to
I welcome you all to Republic Viksit Bharat 2047 Infra and Realty Edition, presented by Adani, co-powered by Aranyaka Estates, and also Signature Global, pioneering real estate in Gurugram's skyline, and our associate sponsor Trivok, Imagine, Innovate, Inspire. Now for this session, we are going to shift the gears a bit. We're going to talk about India's new way of living. For generations, the idea of aspiration was very limited to the city. Now things are changing, ladies and gentlemen. As urban India becomes denser and lifestyles becomes faster, a new aspiration is emerging. Space, nature, community, and a different pace of life. The second home category is evolving with this shift. Our next conversation looks at whether India is ready for a new way of living and what the future of nature-led communities is going to look like. Joining us are the co-founders of Aranyaka Estate. May I please have a round of applause for them? Now, with over 20 years of experience across real estate development, planning, advisory, land acquisition, and strategy, Mr. Aditya Kakkar has played a central role in shaping Aranyaka's development philosophy around low-density, nature-integrated communities. And bringing extensive experience across advertising, corporates, marketing, and business development, Mr. Biju Menon has been instrumental in building Aranyaka's brand and growth engine. Sir, please may we have you on stage. A huge round of applause for them. And to moderate this session, we'll be joined in by my colleague Ishita Mitra. Over to you, Ishita.
Thanks so much, Rishita, for the introduction. And for this session, I have with me Mr. Aditya and Mr. Biju Menon. And something that we're going to discuss is a very interesting and a new way of living that we're looking now emerge across India, that's nature-led living. Now, they also, the young people present here, it's Instagram generation who lives by the trend. So I want to ask you, when we talk about this nature-led living, we have seen our generation focus on different areas. For example, when my parents went out to buy a house, they had different priorities. They wanted that school should be nearby, their offices should be nearby. Everything for them, urban life and the city life meant an opportunity to do better or a better life. But as somebody, who's grown up, seen the hustle bustle of the city, there is this aspiration emerging of moving away from, this hustle bustle and wanting some more peace. So this idea of nature-led living, how do you define it, A? And because you both represent the industry, how is the industry also grasping this idea? You both can answer this question one by one.
I think one of the biggest, shifts in what a consumer wants today or what any of us would want today is well-being. We have suddenly become very conscious about our health. We see more and more people working out. We see more and more people, taking up activities like cycling, running, jogging. So that consciousness about living a healthy life plays a very important aspect in the growth of this segment. If you look at 2025, in Delhi, there was absolutely no single day which had a good AQI level.
Yes,
it was a zero good day from an AQI perspective. Now, coupled with that, what we have realized is, when we talk to our prospective customers, there are 4 key things which people look at now and which I think has become increasingly important for every consumer. One is, good environment, which is low pollution, healthy air to breathe. Second is they have become very conscious about what they eat. Suddenly this whole organic thing, growing what I would want to eat in my own backyard or in my own kitchen garden has become
protein should be really high in our diets.
Yes, absolutely. And then the third thing which has become really important is, especially because of the pandemic, community life, that thing has really, become important for everyone. Because those 2 years of confined to a 2,000 square feet apartment, really sort of made people think that, at the end of the day, we are all social beings, social animals. And that is very important. And the fourth and the most, a very interesting thing which I was mentioning earlier also is this importance of physical activity, right? Which again is a challenge when it comes to a hardcore city life. So all these 4 things, today have become such an important criteria for living a good life, and people have realized it, and I think that's what is really changed the way people look at the kind of life they want.
Okay, I take those points. Aditya, in fact, you can go ahead and elaborate on this. Just to mention that all the points that you mentioned about, having a good environment, having a good family time, also takes me back to the idea that this is what we started with. We had joint families living around villages where air was clean, you had all the facilities, and you did not, meddle with nature. So it's almost like the idea of going back to where we started.
You're absolutely right. The essence is that we were supposed to live with the earth, and unfortunately we started living on it, if you know what I mean, right? So all our projects are actually designed around nature, right? So the design, the planning, even to an extent that, we do not put pressure on earth. we design it in such a way. Let's take an instance of water, right? Obviously, if there are going to be humans, there is going to be water consumption, right? And how do you make sure that you do not deplete the water table, right? With our latest project, which is called SWAY, we've done 18 deep bore wells where we recharge the earth with 55 crore liter of water every year. That is more that we can derive back from the earth, right? So we're charging it more. So that infrastructure we think of before we do any kind of planning, that how is it that we can be very light on earth.
All right. Okay, it's a very rosy, it's a very beautiful picture going back in time and having, living with nature essentially. But one factor that comes to my mind, and also I think their minds as well, because these are youngsters, in about a decade or two, they will also be thinking about the idea of buying their own house, is of affordability. Okay, so when you look at this, this infrastructure coming in these areas where you offer a living with nature, what is the factor affordability comes in? Like, what is the price, the range that we're looking at, and also the scale of change that you're witnessing in your customers?
Affordability is a very subjective thing, it depends on what stage of, your careers you are at.
It is.
Having said that, while we call this category a second home, I'm so happy to see a lot of youngsters, I'm talking about 30, 35-year-old kids because, I'm quite on the other side of the, but, when they come to me and they tell me that, we want to make this a first home, right? Because what also, pandemic drove was this whole concept of work from home. And a lot of people from the IT background, people in advertising, production, videos, photographers, they can work without really going to the office on a daily basis. And it's still cheaper than buying a flat in a city like Gurgaon today. Much cheaper.
I asked this because a house is a long-term investment. You don't do it very often.
Well, that's another, part where we slightly differ. This category differs because when people buy a product like ours, they are not really looking at a return. They are not really looking at appreciation. They are looking at that whole experience of away from the hustle bustle, clean environment, good air to breathe, and that peace is what they are chasing now. And one commonality is that I think they have all of them had enough of that city, fast-paced life, right? So, from an affordability perspective, again, another thing which we have heard in our discussions is that a lot of stuff we keep on buying today, which we really don't need.
Right.
Blankets of the world have made that possible.
We are all slaves of capitalism here.
Absolutely. You are lying at your home on a Sunday, nothing to do, and you are, along with the television and watching reels, you are also ordering stuff which you really don't need, right? So, affordability is a subjective thing. If you are able to sort of really figure out what is it that you want, and this is the life I want, even at a very, initial stage of your career where your salaries are not very high.
Yeah.
But if you sort of prioritize and, cut down on things which you don't need, I don't think this is much of an...
All right, so that's a tip for all of you, for all the shopaholics which are present in our audience especially. But I want to ask you, because you mentioned that affordability can be subjective. So, are we also looking at this concept then as a luxury, is living with nature because of the kind of lifestyle that we all have, because of the air quality that we're all breathing in our cities? Then does this kind of living become a luxury?
Absolutely, it is a luxury. If you are living in Delhi NCR, I don't know how many of you get to see those birds you were so used to seeing in a Jharkhand.
Sparrows have completely gone.
I'll tell you what luxury is. One of my customer bought from me because his kid was asked a question in the class that where do fruits grow? And his answer was in a supermarket, right? So the joy of plucking your own fruit, growing your own food, I think that is luxury. As you said that we have come a full circle from the times, where we used to live, our grandparents used to live like that, from city and then going back to the roots again. Yes, that's luxury.
I certainly agree with you on that point, because I have many of my friends who were working here in Delhi NCR for about decades, and then suddenly COVID happened and they realized what family time meant to them, what living with nature meant to them, and they've now shifted back. So I want to ask you, when you talk about this nature-led living, it is in terms of areas. Are we looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities, or are there specific pockets that you're looking at?
Most of our projects would come up, for example, Nagaon, where 3 of our projects are. It's on the edge of Delhi NCR.
Okay,
so you are not,
the outer skirts.
You are away from the city, yet it's within your, you can reach back to the city for whatever work you have in a span of, let's say, 50 minutes, 1 hour, 90 minutes. That's the max.
All right. Aditya, I also want to ask you, because you mentioned that we should not be living on earth, and at the same time you want to offer this authentic environment to people, right? So how do you strike a balance? Because we all agree that we are slaves of capitalism. Even if let's say I have a work from home and I want to go work in a cafe in Dehradun, I would still need digital connectivity to be there. So how do you strike a balance between offering them modern amenities and at the same time ensuring that they are living with nature as well?
Good question. So what we really did was, we didn't do a trade-off when we were planning our projects. Trade-off means if we are taking you back towards the nature, we didn't take away the amenities that we all are used to. Right? Which is internet connection. That, well, we didn't do anything about it. It's the government which has given a 5G everywhere. But the catalyst was also the infrastructure, which made that possible. Nagaon, nobody knew that it existed on the map. It was the expressway. We never thought that we could travel 100 kilometers in a span of 50 minutes. That's what made it possible, right? But yes, coming back to your question, when we design our products, or our projects rather, we make sure that there is no trade-off. What you are used to in an urban city, you are given that, right? But beyond that is open skies. When was the last time you saw stars?
I don't remember, and I don't think the audience would also have an answer living in grey skies in Delhi NCR.
Absolutely. The urban India has a population or density of about 250 to 400 humans per acre, whereas in our projects it's 5 to 6 humans per acre. So that should give you an answer.
All right. In fact, go ahead and paint a picture for us, because you said it's not a zero-sum game, right? You're not giving off certain things while you offer nature-led living. So paint a picture for us. What does it mean right now to be having a nature-led living setup around Delhi?
So when you go to places like Nagaon, which are basically rural, right? You are used to certain let's say things like a 24-hour electricity, and it's a rural area. What do? So we make sure that we have 24-hour electricity through the grid. We take the approval from the government. That is essential, right? You are used to probably, let's say you're used to playing a sport. So we have a sports complex. So we have swimming pools, we have pickleball courts, we have open air gym, we have meditation decks right next to the lake. So all of that, and I know all the people who are sitting here of a certain age, but when was the last time that we took our kids for the picnic? When did you all have a family picnic? And it was a given thing, let's say 25 years back, right? We don't do that. So our projects, we invite families to come out, have quality family time, right? And create memories.
So it's like you've picked the best from both the worlds and combined it.
Absolutely.
Right. I also want to ask you, because you deal with the business side of it, and of course there is this pent-up frustration that we see in our youngsters with the kind of lifestyle that we're all leading. You're stuck in traffic jam for hours, you're wasting very essential time. My sister, she goes from Delhi to Gurugram. So 5 to 6 hours she's wasting on commute every day. And a lot of these students who also travel to their colleges from across cities know that, they spend about 1 to 2 hours or maybe even more on their commute. So there is definitely the frustration angle of it, right? But that may not always translate to in terms of credible buyership. So how do you sell this idea? I mean, of course, there is one audience that you already have that wants to switch, but there's also other audience that has aspiration. How do you sell this idea to them?
One thing which I have felt is there's not much selling which is required, right? Because
so your job is easier then.
Yeah, it is easier. We just need to make them realize sometimes that this is what the urban life is taking away, right? And I think most of us today realize it. Yes, as we started off initially, in terms of affordability or in terms of a priority from a career perspective, might be a hindrance, and that is a challenge, because without really building a career, moving to a remote place might be challenging for some of the professions. But today in the digital world, as Aditya was mentioning, it's not that we've really made a remote kind of a thing where you are disconnected with.
You could hold it a little closer.
Yeah,
yes.
Disconnected with the real world. I think 5G connection makes a lot of possibilities. Creates a lot of possibilities. So I think convincing is not really required. People understand that. Specifically, anyone who's lived in Delhi during September to December period or September to January period, specifically the Diwali period, which used to be something which we all used to look forward, while we were in school. Now it's a period where we are dreading of those days, which is like
right.
dim and dull days, so.
Okay. So, the journalist in me would come out and I would want to ask, is there a midway? Is there a midway that we can look at from the city life and to the complete change and nature-led living? Is there a midway that we can look for?
I think Nagaon is a midway, because travel is not difficult. Specifically with all these expressways and all the infra coming up, as Aditya said, traveling 100 kilometers in 50 minutes, it's become easy. It's quite possible now. And from a drive point of view, I think anyone who stayed in Delhi or let's say stayed in Gurgaon and worked out of Noida, travel time does not make an issue. So at least a part of your life, you can start giving your lungs better air, drink better water, eat good food. I think that's possible.
Okay.
Really possible.
Okay. But, these are people who are in their college right now. Okay. So they will be, moving towards the idea of buying a house, let's say, in 10, 15 years. So, because we are looking at rapid changes coming in infrastructure also. So, this idea itself, how do you see this developing, let's say, in the next decade?
If you look at, pure numbers, this category is grown at probably around 24% year on year. Since 2021, right? So the growth is happening. Yes, the growth is happening from a specific age group, from a specific economic strata. Having said that, what the development of infra has done is made a lot of spaces which are still, from a real estate perspective, not really expensive.
Okay.
And, there are people like us, people like me and Aditya, who are really looking at this category and exploring these places. All on the edge of cities which are known for giving jobs and business opportunities, but edges of these cities, but not really inside the city. So this is a segment which is going to really grow very fast, especially from the perspective that people have started realizing that urban world takes away much more than it gives to you.
That's a headline for me there, that urban world takes away much more than it gives away. Aditya, coming to you because you both mentioned earlier that it is a luxury, that we're looking at, but over the time, as he mentioned, next decade, we're going to see a massive surge in the demand for such kind of infrastructure. So do you think it will become, something of a norm then in the next one decade that people will be looking towards?
Absolutely. Absolutely. See, today what is happening is people have become very, very, very health conscious, and people have started talking about wellness, and
It's very trendy.
it is very
definitely,
trendy. But fact of the matter is that it's not only the trend; it is a shift that we have seen that is happening.
Agreed.
People are working out more. People are eating healthy. People are thinking about the pollution, and it is really a big concern. If you have elderly parents with you, it's difficult for them to live like that, and this is definitely going to be main category in real estate very, very soon, and believe me, this is going to happen.
All right, because as you mentioned, younger generation
I just wanted to add.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Something very interesting, which I think not many urban real estate developers, would be having from a conversation perspective, terms which come now when we are dealing with the customers. Long lost terms, angan, chat,
Yes, veranda.
veranda, so we get all these terminologies because, it's not possible anymore in a city. Right, looking at the real estate
Space
cost.
again is a luxury.
Yes.
Yeah.
Space is a luxury. So if you look at our projects, the minimum size is 1,500 square yards.
Okay.
Right, 1,500 square yards will cost you probably your dad's and your kids' fortune to own in a place like Gurgaon, right? But those possibilities are there, and it's very, very aspirational. Anyone who's lived in a small town or anyone who's had a chance to live in an independent house in Delhi or anywhere in the country, today these locations, open up those possibilities.
You've made me very nostalgic. You mentioned angan and veranda, and these are something I had this in the house that I grew up with. But right now I live in a flat, so I cannot think of those things. Space, again, as I mentioned, is a luxury, and I'm sure a lot of people also think about that. That when they want to bring up their kids, they want to go back to the same time. They want to have that space for the kids to play around, and for the elderly parents also to sit in the veranda. My grandparents used to sit in veranda, in evening, in morning, and I used to see them. So this is something I'm sure people would want to go back to. So as you mentioned that, this will be something that people will be adopting as a norm. I still want to ask you about the economics of it. That's something I keep going back to.
Economics, as in all I can say is that it's probably half or maybe lesser.
Give us numbers and give us examples, okay?
Okay, I think it will be half the cost of a 3-bedroom apartment in Gurgaon today.
Okay, so numbers?
It starts at around 1.2.
Okay.
Can go up till
But that's also what the flats in Noida, let's say, cost about, right?
Yeah,
so you're getting the same thing.
So a flat you will buy for a similar price in square feet. My product comes in square yards.
Square yards.
Okay.
Right, so that's the difference from an ownership perspective and an experience perspective. Right, so a flat in Noida or a Gurgaon can never offer you an angan. Yeah. Can never offer you a large tree in your bagicha, right? But yeah, our product can.
Okay. One more question to both of you, in fact, because we've been talking about that how infrastructure plays an important role in India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. We're looking at India charting rapidly towards becoming a developed nation by 2047. So with this kind of housing, you mentioned, you're more eco-friendly, this is more sustainable in long term, so you're definitely contributing in terms of, carbon emissions, you're reducing that, and also affordability factor that you mentioned. So how does this kind of living setup help us in that goal?
Well, we as you rightly said, that we are very carbon conscious, and we adapt more construction which is more eco-friendly. All of this does support where we all want to be as a nation, right? And as I rightly said in the beginning, that we were supposed to live with the earth, and we started living on it. So that is at the center of everything before we start doing any new project. So we do our hydrological surveys, we look at our land contours, and we build around it. So there is no pressure on it. So your question, how does it help? So all of these things, when we are so conscious about before we start constructing, is it all adds up. At the end of the day, water is a very, very, we all take water as a very, we just take it for granted. And believe me, in near future, we can see wars just because of water.
Yeah, the next war is
going to be because of water. We have to be conscious about it.
Okay.
Another thing I would,
Yes.
I'll just add in here is that, 25 years back, 30 years back, when we all started our careers, we had to really go out and, because I come from a smaller town, I had to come to Gurgaon, I had to sort of buy my own house, sort of spend a lot of money, a lot of my career years in trying to get a house in the city.
Yes.
I think the next generation, a lot of them will inherit, right? My son doesn't really need to, buy a house in the city, because obviously he will inherit it from me.
I can see how envious the previous generation is.
Right? So that generation, if I talk about my own kids, they would really look at something which is more closer to nature, more, discreet, rather than being in a crowded environment, because that worry of buying a house or owning a house in the city, that Sar Pe Chhat concept, they are not going to go through those concerns. So that's a huge segment.
Right. I certainly agree with you. That you can go ahead, sir.
So, just elaborating on what Biju said. So, a generation before was, or one more generation before us, were in the survival mode.
Yes.
And fortunately, you all sitting here are not in that mode.
We have the luxury.
Absolutely. You don't have to think about having that chat, as Biju said. You don't have to think about, how do I own a car? It's already there for you. And it was at our age, it was a luxury. It was a luxury
we have the chat, we just have to build up.
You have to just build. So you all are not in that survival mode, So that's why the next generation, can look at this.
Exactly. This is why they can take decisions which are more eco-friendly.
That's
Your
right.
generation or the previous
That's right.
generation may not have the luxury to think about such factors. But
Absolutely
we do.
not.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Mr. Aditya and Mr. Biju Benin, for sharing us what exactly, the next generation must be living, and what are the kind of setups that can come in when we combine the natural elements and also our concern and our dependence on modern amenities. It's a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure that, the younger generation sitting here will pick some leaves out of this discussion. So thanks so much to both of you.
Thank you, Ishada.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हीलचेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अडानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to rupees 300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Congress chair defends false apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song. Protesting Jharkhand students announce plans to Gherao Chief Minister Soren's residence, plans to burn effigies of Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren. Ex-TMC MLA Ashish Banerjee found dead under mysterious circumstances. Suicide note has been accessed by us, body found hanging in party office. 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal. 4 killed in landslide. Solemn tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and national leaders gathered at Sadaiv Atal to pay homage to former Prime Minister and Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 8th death anniversary. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are getting. Now we have access, now Republic has access, the suicide note of Ashish Banerjee, who's a former TMC MLA who was found hanging earlier today in the party office room. Now viewers, in the suicide note he has written that he had nothing to do with corruption, and yet all these completely false allegations were made to malign him. So that's the argument given by him in the suicide note. And he said that I have never been involved in corruption in my entire political career. And he also goes on to say that I had no role apart from general meetings. I was not on the tender committee. I had no signing authority for checks. I had no power to approve building plans or issue NOC. So this is regarding allegations against him, as he says, of corruption. So he was upset because of that. And he says that I have been associated with politics since my student days, never been involved in corruption. I became the General Secretary of Students' Union at Burdwan University, and I was never involved in corruption there either. And he goes that in my entire life, I have not taken a single penny in exchange for any work. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news. After this breaking news development, let's go across to another breaking news that we have for you. Now, viewers, after Prime Minister's statement on mental Naxalism, that is Dimagi Naxals, Congress has owned up to the Dimagi Naxal branding. And yesterday, from the Red Fort ramparts, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that though Maoism has been defeated, this is Dimagi Naxalism which still thrives. And now, Congress leader, one of the Congress leader, has said that he is proud to be a Dimagi Naxal. So he calls himself a proud Dimagi Naxal. So the statement by Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit the target very accurately, and there has been a very strong reaction, and they are agreeing that yes, we are Dimagi Naxals. This is PM's Dimagi Naxal jive, which hits Congress hard. Now let's listen into the statement that was given by the Prime Minister yesterday from the Red Fort.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 21वीं सदी में दशकों पुरानी जो चुनौतियां हैं, उन चुनौतियों को खत्म करना बहुत अनिवार्य है। नक्सलवाद, माओवाद लाखों युवाओं के भविष्य को तबाह कर दिया, अनेक माताओं के दूधमल नौजवानों को छीन लिया, बर्बाद कर दिया, हर मां बाप के सपनों को चूर चूर कर दिया। इस नक्सलवाद ने 4 दशक तक हिंदुस्तान के बहुत बड़े हिस्से को, बहुत बड़ी आबादी को दबोच करके रखा था, बंदूक के नोक पर दबोच करके रखा था, संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ा दी थी और देश के सामान्य नागरिकों की रक्षा में 3,500 से ज्यादा हमारी पुलिस के, सुरक्षा बल के जवान शहीद हो गए। युद्ध के अंदर जितने सैनिक मरते हैं, उससे ज्यादा हमारे पुलिस जवानों को जान की बाजी लगानी पड़ी ताकि देश के सामान्य मानवी को सुरक्षा मिले। ये नक्सलवाद ने धरती को लहूलुहान कर दिया था। 2014 में आपने जब हमें मौका दिया, उसी दिन हमने संकल्प लिया था कि हम देश को नक्सलवाद से मुक्त करेंगे। और आज मुझे खुशी है कि नक्सली माओवादी हिंसा आखिरी सांस भी शायद रहने की अब तो ताकत नहीं रही है। पूरी तरह उसे खत्म करने की दिशा में जहां पर कभी नक्सलवादियों की गोलियां चलती थी, जहां पर कभी धरती रक्त रंजित रहा करती थी, आज उसी नक्सल क्षेत्रों में, उसी इलाकों में नक्सल मुक्त होने के कारण विकास, विश्वास और प्रयास का तिरंगा लहरा रहा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, लेकिन इस चुनौती को हमने कम नहीं आंकना है। इस चुनौती से हमें और भी सावधान रहने की जरूरत है। वर्षों तक देश की सत्ता में माओवादी सोच के लोग गलियारों में अपनी जगह बना करके बैठे थे। सरकारी कमेटियों में सलाहकार के रूप में भी ये माओवादी सोच ने नीतियों को प्रभावित किया था। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जंगलों में हमें हथियारी नक्सलों का खात्मा बुलाने में, उस संकट से देश को मुक्त कराने में सफलता मिली है। लेकिन हथियारी नक्सल तो गए, लेकिन दिमागी नक्सल, ये दिमागी नक्सल मौके की तलाश में है, हिंसा अराजकता के वो रास्ते खोज रहे हैं, समाज को गलत राह पर घसीटने के लिए भांति भांति के दांव कर रहे हैं। इन दिमागी नक्सलियों को पहचानना होगा, इन दिमागी नक्सलियों को आइसोलेट करना होगा और राष्ट्र को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने की मुख्य धारा की ओर देश की युवा पीढ़ी को जोड़ना होगा।
All right, so this was the statement by Prime Minister Narendra Modi that though Maoism, the threat from Maoism and the Maoist terrorism, that has been controlled, that has ended, but we have to be very careful of the Dimagi Naxals. This is the terrorism of different sorts of where the urban Naxals are involved, and we need to be very careful about that. And now one Congress leader claims that he is a proud Dimagi Naxal. So he agrees, and that means this PM's Dimagi Naxal jibe has hit Congress very, very hard, ladies and gentlemen, and Congress is owning up to the Dimagi Naxal branding, and Congress leader says that proud to be Dimagi Naxal. And this is what's happening now. They have lost entire leadership in Chhattisgarh, but Congress is okay with the Dimagi Naxalism tag, and this was the biggest national security threat. This was also flagged by Manmohan Singh, and Congress now owns up the Naxal mindset. Now after Vande Mataram fiasco, this is the second self-goal, but this is Congress yet again, ladies and gentlemen. PM's Dimagi Naxal jibe has hit Congress hard. We have the reaction because this was put in a tweet of one Congress leader who said that I am a proud Dimagi Naxal. He says that I am a proud Dimagi Naxal, and he was very happy about being called a Dimagi Naxal. All right, so this was the big development that we're getting on the PM Modi's jibe against Congress, against certain leaders who are urban Naxals. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story, another reaction that we are getting on the Vande Mataram row. The BJP leaders have slammed the Congress party over the controversy where they were not ready, that is the Congress senior leadership, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, where they were not ready for the full rendition of the Vande Mataram, that is our pride, our national song, and they wanted to stop it in between, in midway. And the BJP is saying that Congress has revealed its true face over the national song row. Now they say, BJP says that there should not be any controversy over Vande Mataram, and BJP has said that Vande Mataram is a national song and it should be respected. It should be respected, and we have a lot of reactions that we are getting right now in this regard. The BJP has said that Congress has revealed its true face, and it's an incident which happened yesterday while they did not attend the Independence Day celebrations at the Red Fort, but they went for flag hoisting in their party headquarters. But while the re-added stanzas were being played in the Vande Mataram, a national song, a national pride, this was Sonia Gandhi, who seems pretty much upset, pretty much furious, angry why it was done so. Let's go to the reactions that we are getting in this regards of senior BJP leaders.
ये देश सब जानता है कि कितनी अनकंफर्टेबल हो रही थी जब वंदे मातरम हो रहा था, और वंदे मातरम को रोकने की कोशिश हुई, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये देश सब जानता है कि कितनी अनकंफर्टेबल हो रही थी जब वंदे मातरम हो रहा था, और वंदे मातरम को रोकने की कोशिश हुई, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
देखो, कल तो कांग्रेस ने अपना असली स्वरूप दिखा दिया है देश को, दुनिया को। उनको वंदे मातरम से इतनी चिढ़ है, और वंदे मातरम पूरा गाने में तो लगता है जैसे उनका शरीर गल जाएगा। कल आपने देखा होगा कि जैसे ही वंदे मातरम का संपूर्ण वर्जन गाने वाले, चूंकि जो आए हैं उनको तो पता है कि कानून भी है, कानून बन गया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोगों ने वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष होने पे पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया जाएगा, टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं होगा। लेकिन जैसे ही कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले शुरू हुआ, और उसके बाद का दृश्य आप देखिए, सोनिया जी कितनी परेशान हो जाती हैं, खड़गे जी कितने परेशान, आदमी को बुलाया जाता है, बाद में इनको लगता है कि अरे तो सब वीडियो पे आ गया, तो उन लोगों ने कुछ अपने उसका सफाई देने का भी प्रयास किया।
All right, so this was the Congress party disrespecting the national song, and this seemed to be pretty much upset.
देखो, कल तो कांग्रेस ने अपना असली स्वरूप दिखा दिया है देश को, दुनिया को। उनको वंदे मातरम से इतनी चिढ़ है, और वंदे मातरम पूरा गाने में तो लगता है जैसे उनका शरीर गल जाएगा। कल आपने देखा होगा कि जैसे ही वंदे मातरम का संपूर्ण वर्जन गाने वाले, चूंकि जो आए हैं उनको तो पता है कि कानून भी है, कानून बन गया है। अभी अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोगों ने वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष होने पे पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया जाएगा, टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं होगा। लेकिन जैसे ही कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले शुरू हुआ, और उसके बाद का दृश्य आप देखिए, सोनिया जी कितनी परेशान हो जाती हैं, खड़गे जी कितने परेशान, आदमी को बुलाया जाता है, बाद में इनको लगता है कि अरे तो सब वीडियो पे आ गया, तो उन लोगों ने कुछ अपने उसका सफाई देने का भी प्रयास किया।
नहीं, देखिए, जब राष्ट्रगीत चल रहा हो और उस वक्त सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे जी और पूरी जो व्यवस्था वहां पर थी, वो सुनियोजित तरीके से अपमान करने की ही नीयत दिखाई दे रही है। उसमें वो उनको शायद उसमें माँ दुर्गा का जो उल्लेख है वंदे मातरम में, उससे उनके मन में एक पीड़ा है। जब तक कांग्रेस सत्ता में रही, उन्होंने पूरा वंदे मातरम कभी इस देश में होने भी नहीं दिया। लेकिन जिस प्रकार का अपमान उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय गीत का किया है, वो ये बताता है कि गांधी परिवार आज भी भारत माता से और भारत के जुड़े हुए प्रतीकों के प्रति आज भी सम्मान करना वो सीख नहीं पाए हैं।
All right, so these are the BJP leaders who have targeted the Congress party over the way they were behaving when the national song was being played, and they wanted to stop it in midway, and this has been proved also because we also played the audio where it's evident that they were pretty upset over the full rendition of the national song. That is all the stanzas, the re-added stanzas. All right, let's go across to another reaction that we are getting in this regard. This is again from the BJP.
नहीं, देखिए, उन्होंने इशारा किया, एक बार किया, दो बार किया, और खास तौर से जो मैं सोशल मीडिया पर देख रहा हूं कि राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि ये हमारा गीत नहीं है, विदेशी संस्कृति से ओतप्रोत ये कांग्रेस हमेशा अपने राष्ट्र सम्मानों का विरोध करती रही है, और पिछले कुछ समय से हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस अराजकता से ये कांग्रेस पार्टी चल रही है, ये देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
Now, when India celebrated 80 years of freedom, Vande Mataram yesterday echoed from the ramparts of Red Fort for the first time. But on the same day, we got a footage from the Congress headquarters. Congress leader Sonia Gandhi was seen visibly upset, visibly frustrated, while the national song Vande Mataram was being played. Now, later, video has emerged in which the party leadership could be seen saying that they will not sing the full version of the song. So, what exactly happened at the Congress headquarters? Here's a report. We'll have the complete details of that, because today this is a top story, because when you speak about the national song, and there has been a mandate also, there has been a notification by the MHA also, the way it's required to play the full version of the Vande Mataram, but the Congress is really upset because of this decision. And yesterday when the full song was being played in their party headquarters, they were frustrated and they wanted to stop it midway. We have reactions and we have a report on that.
When the video came into our newsrooms, we initially didn't believe it. So we wanted to go back and check the feed. There was initially a 30-second clip that came in. We went back and we looked at the 32-minute video uploaded by the Congress party. And when we saw the first few minutes, you can see that Sonia Gandhi comes, and on stage there is Rahul Gandhi. I think there is Ajay Makan or someone. And then there is this guy called B.V. Srinivas, I think, if I'm not wrong, because I just saw his name before coming in. And then there's Kharge and Sonia Gandhi. And then they say Vande Mataram will now play. And the Vande Mataram plays, first two stanzas, she's completely fine. But when the third stanza begins, Koti Koti, you see that she's uncomfortable. And then she's uncomfortable, and then she tries telling Kharge something, and then Kharge tries intervening, and then she asks for them to stop the Vande Mataram. It is clear that it is nothing related to the chair. Now Congress is trying to say that she was asking for a chair. First two stanzas she didn't ask for a chair, right? She was completely fine. After the two stanzas, which the Congress, by the way, historically when you look at it, Congress adopted only the first two stanzas of the Vande Mataram. Now, after the third, and it's the first time, mind you, it's the first time that the full rendition of the Vande Mataram was playing at the Congress headquarters. And the moment the third stanza plays, and then as the song proceeds, it is so obvious that everybody tried to intervene to stop. And eventually there is a debate that's happening, this complete insult to the national song. They try and stop it. Kharge tries to stop it, and then Rahul Gandhi is not even focusing, he's looking here, there, everywhere, and then they call a few leaders. There is a debate within the Congress on stage when a national song is playing, so it's complete insult because it's happening in front of the cameras. And then at the end of it, they pull up all these leaders. That is also very clear. Now, if you're asking me what was the controversy was about the Vande Mataram, and Congress being extremely uncomfortable with playing the full version of the Vande Mataram, which ironically was adopted as India's national song in 1950. It is very clear. She says stop, stop, and nowhere is she asking for a chair. Right? Kharge is standing right there. In fact, when you look at the video, Kharge is standing throughout. Kharge doesn't seem to be uncomfortable, right? So first two stanzas, she doesn't ask for a chair. After the first two stanzas, she asks for a chair. First of all, there is no reference to a chair here. Let's be very clear. After the first two stanzas, they're talking to each other. They're gesticulating to each other. And they're uncomfortable, and she seems extremely upset at one point. And she says stop. Kharge says stop. Do you ask for a chair by saying stop? Right? And then there is nowhere are they asking for a chair. And okay, let's assume for a minute that she was asking for a chair. Did you see a chair coming onto the stage after Vande Mataram? No. I think chair is an excuse, and it's a belated, pathetic excuse by the Congress party after realizing that they've gotten into trouble. By the way, if you listen to Jairam Ramesh, in the same soundbite, Jairam Ramesh this morning says that officially they were to sing only two stanzas. They defend this two stanza version of the Vande Mataram. I think it's a giveaway. Yes, the full version was sung in the sense that the song kept playing. Right? If you're asking me, did the full version of the national song play? The video shows that the full version played, but there was complete drama while it was being played. Right? The audio continues. Audio does not stop. But the drama continues, and people were so uncomfortable with the whole version playing that they kept asking for it to be stopped. They kept looking left, right. That I think that is very visible when you look at the full video. It is about Vande Mataram because Congress has been extremely uncomfortable with the full version of the Vande Mataram because they believe that the Vande Mataram is not secular. Can you believe it? They believe Vande Mataram is not secular. And if you think the Congress headquarters incident is isolated, no, it's not. In Kerala today, the Congress government, the Chief Minister, refused to play the Vande Mataram. Even in Kerala, the Vande Mataram was not played by the Congress. They did not play it. They went straight to the national anthem. There is a code, there is a law. They decided to skip the Vande Mataram. And the same thing when you look at Muslim parties, for example, AIMIM, it is a primarily Muslim party, minority party. There is another controversy there with Waris Patan, a Muslim leader who refused to play the Vande Mataram, and he defended it. He's saying, I will not sing the Vande Mataram. So, let me give you a little bit of a historical background about Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram was composed in the 1870s. Now, the exact year is not known, but roughly around 1870. It was India's national song in 1950. Okay, there were 80 years in between, and in these 80 years of freedom struggle, Vande Mataram was the call for freedom, was the song for freedom. Every time they were, faced with the British, Vande Mataram was a call for people to come together. And even when there are stories of people whose last words before being shot by the British were Vande Mataram. There is a person called Hazra who was shot dead by the British, And his last words were Vande Mataram. Now you go back and check the history of Vande Mataram. It was the Congress party that adopted the Vande Mataram, right, by Bankim Chattopadhyay. In 1950 they decided to adopt it, but they decided to adopt only the first two stanzas.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the other top stories from the country in Bharat in 1 minute. Heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh triggered flood-like scenario in Anjao district of Arunachal Pradesh, thus affecting the army camp. 5 people died so far and 8 people, including army personnel, are reported to be missing as rescue operations are underway. The Sikkim administration has ordered for relocation of families after massive landslide hit Rimbi and Singli Tam areas of Sikkim. The administration is said to be closely monitoring the situation and coordinating with the local authorities to facilitate relief materials and assist with the rehabilitation in the landslide hit areas. And cops encountered 2 criminals during a routine checking operation in the Rabopura area of Greater Noida. One of the criminals was injured during the encounter and is currently undergoing treatment at a hospital. Illegal weapons were recovered from both accused. An investigation into the habitual offenders who are allegedly involved in robbery and theft is underway. A major escalation in the ongoing student agitation in Jharkhand. JSSC aspirants have now announced a direct Gherao of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence on August 20th after giving the state government an ultimatum till August 18th. Now the students are demanding cancellation of JSSC and JPSC examinations, a CBI probe into alleged irregularities, and action over the recruitment process. They have also announced effigy burning protests across the state and say that their movement will now take a more aggressive course. Take a look at this report.
Exposed and unmasked, the Congress government in Jharkhand and the Cockroach Janata Party remain ignorant of the students protesting in Ranchi. But these aspirants have now given an ultimatum.
बहुत हो गई गांधीवादी, बहुत हो गया सभ्य तरीके से, अब इन लोग नहीं समझ रहे, हम अब भगत सिंह का रुख अपनाने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए सरकार अगर हमारे सीने में गोली भी मार दे, हम गोली खाने के लिए तैयार है। जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हो जाती, हम लोग अपना आंदोलन को जारी रखेंगे। 18 तारीख तक सरकार को अल्टीमेटम दे रहे हैं, हमारी मांग को पूरा कीजिए, JSSC रद्द कीजिए, TDPL एजेंसी द्वारा लिए गए तमाम एग्जाम को रद्द करते हुए सभी में CBI जांच कीजिए। अगर ऐसा नहीं करते हैं, झारखंड के लाखों छात्र नौजवान 20 तारीख को CM आवास का घेराव करेंगे।
The protesters are demanding cancellation of JSSC results, scrapping of exams conducted by the TDPL agency, and a CBI inquiry into the state commission examinations. Warning, if the demands are not met by August 18, lakhs of students and youth will lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence on August 20.
अब समय आ गया है दिसोम गुरु के निर्देश में जो आंदोलन पूर्व में झारखंड के अलग करने को लेकर के जिस प्रकार से आंदोलन किया, उन्हीं के नक्शे कदम पे हम झारखंड में नौकरियां बचाने का आंदोलन करने जा रहे हैं। पुतला दहन करेंगे हम लोग। अगर JSSC CGL और JPSC 11 to 13 रद्द नहीं की जाती, उनमें CBI जांच नहीं कराई जाती, 24 जिलों के मुख्यालय में पुतला दहन करेंगे और रांची में भी करेंगे। न सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन का करेंगे बल्कि राहुल गांधी का भी करेंगे। और 20 तारीख डेट याद रखिए, 20 तारीख, 10 तारीख को विधानसभा घेराव झांकी थी, 20 तारीख अभी बाकी है।
Students have also, for the first time, raised a demand for the resignation of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren himself. When the nation was celebrating Independence Day, these students with tricolour in their hands continued to raise voice against injustice.
सरकार दबाव बना ही रही है ये प्रोटेस्ट को कमज़ोर करने के लिए, लेकिन इससे हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं। वो चाहे लाठी बरसा ले या मार ले या फांसी पे लटका दे, हम लोग अपना हक और अधिकार के लिए लड़ेंगे और लड़ते रहेंगे जब तक हम लोग की मांगें पूरी नहीं होगी। और मेन मांग जो हम लोग का मुख्य रूप से है वो है झारखंड CGL, और झारखंड CGL को सरकार को रद्द करना ही होगा।
It is now a test for the Congress alliance government in Jharkhand and the moment of truth for many who were supporting deep state diplomacy. Okay, where are these two when students in Ranchi need them the most?
Alright, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 5 army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal, 4 killed in landslide.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb.
Here's today's lineup. The Mahindra B6 electric SUV goes Sportec. And we show you Mahindra's all-new global pickup. The Aprilia Tuono 457 gets a major update. And you got questions, I got answers. Stick around for all that coming up right now on Echo Drive. Hello and welcome back to a brand new episode of Echo Drive on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us today. I am Siddharth Vinayak Patankar. It's Independence Weekend here in India. Warm wishes to all of you as we celebrate the 80th year of India's independence. Our top story is Mahindra, who for some years now has been marking Independence Day with some big bang announcements. So, true to that tradition, we got some pretty hot new metal this time too. And it's a double header. First, the company is taking its pickup truck global. And that's a pretty big deal because it opens up entirely new export markets for Mahindra, finally. And then closer to home, the B6 range gets an additional family member. Ameya Naik was on ground for the big reveals.
and comes in Artemis grey color. The Reef edition, finished in Aqua Reef, is inspired by freedom exploration and the outdoors. And then there's the Trail edition in Sahara Beige, which is the most adventure focused of the three.
3 versions, 3 editions and 3 personalities. That's what Mahindra is going for. It's not saying that these are 3 different vehicles altogether. The underlying car is still very much the Scorpio Lifestyler, and it's just showing off these 3 personalities. There can obviously be many more, given that this one will have access to a lot of accessories.
The company also wants this vehicle to appeal to customers who want a pickup not just for work but for travel, recreation and everyday driving. And that is an important distinction.
For Indian buyers, the biggest headline obviously is that this one is going to launch in April 2027 and the starting price will be lower than 19,79,000 rupees, which at least gives a sense of direction to those who are looking at a pickup truck from Mahindra. But there is plenty that we still don't know, like the specifications of the car, what powers this car, will there be 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, will there be a single cab version of it? A lot remains under wraps. So yes, plenty that we still don't know.
What we do know is the bigger picture. Mahindra believes there is a growing appetite in India for vehicles that combine capability with technology, safety, comfort and everyday usability.
So there is still some time before we see the Scorpio Lifestyler on Indian roads. But that gives us plenty of time to understand whether the Indian customer is actually looking for a lifestyle vehicle like this. And interestingly, Mahindra wants to take that time to understand this market better, or at least educate about this lifestyle vehicle. It's interesting how things will pan out. We really can't wait to drive this one and tell you more about it.
Now, if you think that Mahindra was done after showing us that global pickup, the Lifestyler, you're wrong, because it now has this one. It's not a new car, of course, it's the B6, but the B6 now gets a completely new series, Sport Tech, Sport and Technology. Let me take you through all of that right away. The B6 is now offered in 8 variants and 12 colors. This one from there might look like black to you, but up close, it's called Ruby Velvet. And then you can see how well it looks. Let me talk about the price as well, because this one now is available with battery as a service too, with prices starting from 11,45,000 onwards, and it's only available in pack 1 and pack 2. But this one is pack 4. The prices therefore ex-showroom for the entire car start from 19,45,000 rupees going upwards of 26 lakh rupees. That's quite a spectrum, quite a lot of features too on offer. But there are changes to the inside that you will really love. So let's get inside. The first thing that you'll notice is that 3-screen layout. That's available from pack 2 onwards. But yes, very interesting and very intuitive as well. So all of these features are going to be different features available, and you also have tech features on offer. There's a tech suites on offer which has Google Gemini. There are 48 apps on offer, and there is so much more tech on this car now than ever before. So yes, a very intelligent B6 on offer. And the best part about all of this is that you also get option to write messages, which can be then displayed on your tailgate, rather your tail lamps. Yes, that is something great. Now the good part about all of this is that even the Formula E edition which comes in gets a bit of an acceleration boost, which makes it go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 6.4 seconds. That is quick, blistering fast. But having said all of that, there is good news for the earlier B6 owners, XCV9S owners, XCV9E owners, because most of these updates that this car gets will also be updated on their cars from January 2027. which is great because these options will be available to them as well. Now, deliveries of this car will begin from August 26, 2026. And it all bears down to how you look at it. 19,45,000 rupees is expensive for an electric car. But look at it, it's the B6. It's new age, it's different. And with BAS, that is battery as a service, the price has now come down to 11,45,000 rupees. Does that make it exceptionally affordable? Let us know what you think and reach out to our social media handles and even this email ID. But Mahindra just did not stop at these two vehicles. Its truck and bus division officially launched the Blazo iTRK. Its next generation heavy commercial vehicle. At the heart is Mahindra's 320 brake horsepower M-Power engine paired with the iMax 2.0 connected vehicle platform. The headline number up to 10% more mileage compared to previous models. A direct hit on running costs for fleet owners. But the real industry first is uptime. Mahindra is backing the truck with a 48-hour uptime guarantee, and if they miss it, they pay 10,000 rupees per day. That promise is powered by the iMax 2.0 platform's live telematics, tracking vehicle performance around the clock. The range spans multiple configurations: 28, 35 lift axle, 42, 48 and 49 ton in a 10x2 layout.
So does that B6 Sportec get your heart racing? Okay, switching gears now. Aprilia has updated the 210-457 to make it more comfortable. Although it's called a special edition, it's not really a new variant, but really just an upgraded bike for 2026. So, have the improvements worked in its favor? Arun Mohan Nadar heads to Baramati to get you the answer.
So what I have next to me is the Aprilia Tuono 457 Special Edition. This is not a special variant of the standard motorcycle, but this is the updated version of the Tuono 457 because Aprilia says they have fixed the two major issues with the motorcycle. First was comfort and the second aspect was the ergonomics, as the motorcycle felt cramped for tall riders. So have these upgrades made the new Tuono 457 Special Edition a better bike or not? We get you that answer. So let's start with the cosmetics of the motorcycle. On the design front, the overall design of the motorcycle remains identical to the older bike, but there is one big change, which is the windscreen over here. This sits now between the headlight and the instrument console. On the older motorcycle, this was exposed. I was never a big fan of that bug-eyed headlight. This windscreen makes the front end look better in my opinion. Moving forward, you can see that the graphics on the motorcycle has been redesigned. It is now extending from the tank extension to the fuel tank. Looks a bit cool. Also, the Tuono badging at the rear end has been redesigned, makes it look better. There are two new color options also to distinguish the special edition from the older edition. There's Mamba Black and there's Puma Grey. So these are the changes on the cosmetic end. So the biggest change on the Tuono 457 Special Edition is on the suspension hardware. We had a big problem with the ride quality of the motorcycle because the suspension tuning felt a bit firm for the Indian roads. Aprilia has taken that feedback and revised the suspension tuning on both the front and the rear suspension. At the front, the upside down fork, both the rebound and the compression has changed. Even the spring rates are different, making the ride quality better. And you can feel that difference on the roads. On bad roads, the new Tuono 457 feels much more composed. You don't feel that judder on the handlebar. At the rear, the monoshock, the compression has been changed. The rebound remains the same, and I think the biggest change is on the rear suspension, because on the older motorcycle you felt that you will be tossing off the motorcycle. That's not the case with the new bike. It feels much more settled. It feels much more tuned for the Indian road. So yes, the suspension hardware change has made the motorcycle more comfortable. So on the ergonomics end, there are two big changes. First up, the handlebar is now 10 mm higher, and the seat density, the foam has been increased by 10 mm. So let's check out the ergonomics. Now Aprilia still claims the seat height is 800 mm, although they say that the foam has increased by 10 mm. I am 5 feet 10 tall, weigh around 100 kg. As you can see, I can easily flat foot. For me, the seat height is not an issue, and even for shorter riders, I don't think so the seat height should be a big issue, because the seat itself, the profile is very tapered, so it's not a wide motorcycle in that sense. Second thing, the riding posture, as I mentioned before, the handlebar is now 10 mm higher. The foot peg still remains rear set, so you can see the riding posture is slightly canted forward, but it's not overly sporty like the RS457. So the riding posture is like a typical street fighter, a bit sporty but comfortable, makes riding this motorcycle very fun, very enjoyable. And I think the ergonomics, yes, it is a bit sporty, but it is also comfortable. Second aspect is the weight of the motorcycle. Again, not very heavy. You can easily move the motorcycle around when you want to park the motorcycle. So the change in ergonomics, the biggest change is for taller riders, the leg space used to feel cramped. Now it doesn't feel that much. Even for your shoulder also, the riding posture is more comfortable and better. So what hasn't changed on the motorcycle is the engine. The twin cylinder engine still remains the highlight of the Tuno 457. Offers you ballistic performance, very strong mid-range, very strong top end. You can do very good speeds on the motorcycle, feels quick, feels nice, feels very engaging. Even that exhaust note with the 270-degree crank has that magic of a parallel twin engine. You also get a lot of refinement. So the Tuno 457 is a great motorcycle for your city commutes, and you can also go touring, because this motorcycle does speeds around 120-130 kilometers per hour very easily. The stability of the motorcycle is great. Apart from that, the handling dynamics of the motorcycle, again, the Tuno 457 will always plaster a big smile on your face when you're taking fast corners. Feels very composed, feels very confident, just feels so good when you're taking the corners fast. The tires do a good job, the chassis balance is superb. So in terms of handling, this remains one of the best mid-capacity motorcycles out there, and in terms of performance also, because this is among the most powerful mid-capacity motorcycles in the market. So the new Tuno 457 is 5,000 rupees more expensive than the older variant, and I will say that it is well worth that extra money. The big change is on the suspension hardware. Now the Tuno 457 feels much more comfortable on Indian roads. The ride quality is good on our roads, and this makes the motorcycle more comfortable. The second aspect is the change in ergonomics, because that again makes the riding position better. It gives the rider a lot of more comfort when you're out touring. Apart from that, the engine still remains the highlight for me on this motorcycle. It's an absolute rock star. Even the handling dynamics of the motorcycle is very good. It is very thrilling around the corners. So if you want a fun mid-capacity motorcycle, the Tuno 457 still remains a great option. Now it is much more comfortable for the suspension and also in terms of the rideability, and that makes the motorcycle more recommendable. Having said that, 4 lakh rupees is expensive, but then again, good things come at a price.
The latest there from Aprilia. Now it's time for your questions. First up from Motilal Chetri. My daily commute is 30 kilometers up and down, so 60 kilometers total. 70% of it is on the highway, so should I go for diesel or petrol? Great question. It's a dilemma many people have. Now with a 60 kilometer daily commute and 70% of that being on the highway, I'm of course going to lean towards diesel, provided you plan to keep on doing similar mileage. It'll be more efficient, more relaxed at highway speeds, and any DPF issues are unlikely because the car is going to get plenty of long runs. Now, if your annual mileage is under 12,000 or maybe even under 15,000 kilometers, or your usage may be shifting later on to just mostly city driving, then maybe petrol becomes the better choice. Naveen Rana is asking, on the Thar rocks, which is better for driving in Uttarakhand, both hills and plains, diesel manual or diesel automatic, AT? For overall driving comfort, and what is the mileage difference, which color is more premium and suitable for a government employee? Okay, that's very interesting. Now for Uttarakhand, I am going to choose the diesel automatic. Surprised? Well, because I'm guessing that you'll have to deal with some messy traffic from time to time as well. It also makes hill driving much more relaxed, especially every day, and especially in traffic and on those steep climbs. The torque converter has reasonably quick changes and it works quite well on the descent as well. Now, unless you simply enjoy driving with shifting gears yourself, the automatic is the better all-round choice. As for mileage, you're not going to find much of a difference. Even the company claims the same 15.2 kilometers per litre for both. And while the color is very subjective, I feel you should get whatever color you like anyway, regardless of what you do for a living. My personal favorites are the Deep Forest and Nebula Blue, but in the hills, the Tango Red and Citrine Yellow, they will really stand out. Okay, this is an interesting one. We already have the Scram 440, don't we? So why do we need a Himalayan 440? Right, the Scram 440 isn't a hardcore off-road bike like the Himalayan 440 is expected to be. It rides on a smaller 19-inch front wheel, ground clearance is lower, and it also limits the overall off-road riding capability. So I'm hoping that Royal Enfield makes this new bike more like the OG Himalayan, a little bit more hardcore, to be honest. Ratish has asked, are there any cons on the Hyundai Venue's turbo engine? Overall, it's a very good engine, Ratish, and it's been well proven now for some time. Main downsides are that you have to be careful what fuel you put in because it has to be unadulterated for it to perform at its best. Fuel economy will drop if you also drive very enthusiastically, but if serviced on time, driven well, it's generally proven to be really reliable and one of the better small turbo petrols in the segment. Please keep your questions coming. I love to hear from you. Also what you're thinking, what you're considering. Thanks for that. And thanks for watching today. I will be back next week with more cars, more bikes and more news. Until then, please drive safe, wear your helmets or your seat belts as the case may be. Stay with Republic for news updates.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people. So, Iran was not sure whether there are people who are not desperate enough, because they had promised the world in 48 hours we will finish Iran, we will destroy Iran. If we can't destroy them that way, we will destroy their economy. For 48 years, sir, what have you been doing but trying to destroy the economy of Iran? Have you been able to destroy it? No, sir. Those people are resilient, they have fought it, and I salute that courage. I salute that tenacity. I salute that will to fight. I salute their patriotism, period. I cannot say the same of the United States. You know, it was an unnecessary war of choice. There was no direct threat to the continental United States. The American soldiers and sailors are saying, sir, we are prepared to fight and die for our country, but we are not prepared to die for another country. We are not prepared to die for Israel. They may have funded your presidential campaign. They may have funded every congressman's campaign for the Senate or the Congress. But that doesn't mean the American people count for nothing. The non-Epstein class counts for nothing. You can get them murdered, you can send them. And if you want to fight a forever war, you might as well set in the policies of rotation, rotating troops in contact. But you have no strategy, you have no plan. You thought it would be over in 2 days. It has lasted, sir, 180 days almost. 6 mahine, 6 months over, more or less. And there is no end in sight. And now the Iranians are saying, we are so fed up of you and your backstabbing and your lies that, sir, we will wait for you to go as a president and negotiate with the next American president. At least somebody who has some sense of honor, self-respect and sticking to the truth. So help us God. So help us God. You want to fight in the name of God? You know, the Epstein class wants to murder the ordinary Americans. Well, then you might as well learn the management techniques of long drawn war, sir. If you can't rotate troops, even in Vietnam there was the tour of duty, Nam tour of duty, and nobody extended it beyond. In the Indian Army, 3 months and they in combat area.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank.
Together we can.
Massive political controversy breaks out after senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi seen visibly frustrated during the playing of the national song Vande Mataram. Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in hot mic video.
It's unfortunate. There should not be any controversy on Vande Mataram. It's our national song. The entire country has accepted it. I feel unhappy and sad that on such occasions also unnecessary controversies are being raised, and then Vande Mataram also is being questioned also.
BJP leaders slam Congress over Vande Mataram row. BJP says Congress revealed its true face over national song row. An ex-TMC MLA, Ashish Banerjee, found dead under mysterious circumstances. Body found hanging in party office. Suicide note has been accessed. Five army personnel missing after massive cloudburst hits Arunachal. 4 killed in landslide. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a top focus story, that is the insult that have been done of the Vande Mataram, of the national song, by the Congress party, by Sonia Gandhi, and the reactions that are pouring in, and specifically from the BJP. The BJP leaders are now slamming Congress over the controversy, and the BJP is saying now that the Congress has revealed its true face over the national song row. Now, BJP says that there should not be any controversy over Vande Mataram, and that Vande Mataram is a national song and it should be respected. So various leaders have given many statements in this regards to the row, where clearly you can see, this is the video that we are playing for you. Camera zooms in on Rahul Gandhi exactly at the moment. In a short while, when the re-added stanzas will be played, that's when they'll get upset, and that's when they'll get furious all of a sudden. Camera zooms in on Rahul Gandhi on your television screen. Let's go across. Yeah, now, yeah, moving ahead, and now you can see, yeah, the camera zooms out to Sonia and Kharge.
ये देश सब जानता है कि कितनी अनकंफर्टेबल हो रही थी जब वंदे मातरम हो रहा था, और वंदे मातरम को रोकने की कोशिश हुई, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये देश सब जानता है कि कितनी अनकंफर्टेबल हो रही थी जब वंदे मातरम हो रहा था, और वंदे मातरम को रोकने की कोशिश हुई, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
देखो, कल तो कांग्रेस ने अपना असली स्वरूप दिखा दिया है देश को, दुनिया को। उनको वंदे मातरम से इतनी चिढ़ है, और वंदे मातरम पूरा गाने में तो लगता है जैसे उनका शरीर गल जाएगा। कल आपने देखा होगा कि जैसे ही वंदे मातरम का संपूर्ण वर्जन गाने वाले, चूंकि जो आए हैं उनको तो पता है कि कानून भी है, कानून बन गया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोगों ने वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष होने पे पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया जाएगा, टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं होगा। लेकिन जैसे ही कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले शुरू हुआ, उसके बाद का दृश्य आप देखिए। सोनिया जी कितनी परेशान हो जाती हैं, खड़गे जी कितने परेशान, आदमी को बुलाया जाता है, बाद में इनको लगता है कि अरे तो सब वीडियो पे आ गया, तो उन लोगों ने कुछ अपने उसका सफाई देने का भी प्रयास किया।
नहीं, देखिए, जब राष्ट्र गीत चल रहा हो और उस वक्त सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे जी और पूरी जो व्यवस्था वहां पर थी, वो सुनियोजित तरीके से अपमान करने की ही नीयत दिखाई दे रही है। उसमें वो उनको शायद उसमें माँ दुर्गा का जो उल्लेख है वंदे मातरम में, उससे उनके मन में एक पीड़ा है। जब तक कांग्रेस सत्ता में रही उन्होंने पूरा वंदे मातरम कभी इस देश में होने भी नहीं दिया। लेकिन जिस प्रकार का अपमान उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय गीत का किया है वो ये बताता है कि गांधी परिवार आज भी भारत माता से और भारत के जुड़े हुए प्रतीकों के प्रति आज भी सम्मान करना वो सीख नहीं पाए हैं।
नहीं, देखिए उन्होंने इशारा किया, एक बार किया, 2 बार किया, और खास तौर से जो मैं सोशल मीडिया पर देख रहा हूं कि राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि ये हमारा गीत नहीं है। विदेशी संस्कृति से ओतप्रोत ये कांग्रेस हमेशा अपने राष्ट्र सम्मानों का विरोध करती रही है, और पिछले कुछ समय से हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस अराजकता से ये कांग्रेस पार्टी चल रही है ये देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
It's unfortunate. There should not be any controversy on Vande Mataram. It's our national song. The entire country has accepted it. Congress, even earlier Congress, that is Freedom Movement Congress, they also accepted it. And I feel unhappy and sad that on such occasions also unnecessary controversies are being raised. And then Vande Mataram also is being questioned also. And the government of India said it's a national anthem and it should be sung before any meeting. It should be followed by one and all.
देखो, कल तो कांग्रेस ने अपना असली स्वरूप दिखा दिया है देश को, दुनिया को। उनको वंदे मातरम से इतनी चिढ़ है, और वंदे मातरम पूरा गाने में तो लगता है जैसे उनका शरीर गल जाएगा। कल आपने देखा होगा कि जैसे ही वंदे मातरम का संपूर्ण वर्जन गाने वाले, चूंकि जो आए हैं उनको तो पता है कि कानून भी है, कानून बन गया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोगों ने वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष होने पे पूरा वंदे मातरम गाया जाएगा, टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं होगा। लेकिन जैसे ही कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले शुरू हुआ, उसके बाद का दृश्य आप देखिए। सोनिया जी कितनी परेशान हो जाती हैं, खड़गे जी कितने परेशान, आदमी को बुलाया जाता है, बाद में इनको लगता है कि अरे तो सब वीडियो पे आ गया, तो उन लोगों ने कुछ अपने उसका सफाई देने का भी प्रयास किया।
All right, viewers, now the Dimagi Naxal jibe, the controversy is getting bigger. This after Congress leader has owned up to the Dimagi Naxal jibe, and he's happy that they are being called Dimagi Naxal, and he's saying that he's a proud Dimagi Naxal. Now, Kiran Rijiju has now taken to social media and said that PM Modi didn't say that opposition leaders are Dimagi Naxals, so he was not hinting directly to the opposition leaders as Dimagi Naxals. Now, only following are Dimagi Naxals. Number 1, who support Maoists and reject Indian Constitution. Now, second, who stand with separatists and support Article 370. Number 3, who want to cut chicken's neck to separate Northeast from India. So this is another response that we have got, and this is from Kiran Rijiju, is saying that the Prime Minister's target was not directly the opposition party, and this is the statement that has been given, by Kiran Rijiju, where he says that this was not a direct jibe against the Congress party or the opposition leaders. Now this was given especially, and who are the Dimagi Naxals? The Dimagi Naxals are the ones who support Maoists and reject Indian Constitution, who stand with separatists and support the Article 370, and who want to cut chicken's neck to separate Northeast from India. And clearly he says that the Maoist supporters are Dimagi Naxals. So that was the message also from Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, that yes, we have fought against Maoist against Maoism, but there are certain urban Naxals who are active. Now, this is PM's Dimagi Naxal jibe, which has hit Congress very hard, and this Congress has owned up to the Dimagi Naxal branding, and they are proud of it. They are proud to be called Dimagi Naxals, and Congress leaders said proud to be Dimagi Naxal. So they are very happy that they have been called Dimagi Naxal, and hence there are many reactions that we are getting. All right, let's go across to Chandrakala, who's joining us live with all the latest updates in the story. Now, this was a message which was given by the Prime Minister yesterday during his address to the nation from the Red Fort, but this has drawn many reactions, specifically one reaction where one Congress leader is very proud to be called as an Dimagi Naxal. Now, there's a category of urban Naxals and Dimagi Naxals which was being highlighted by the Prime Minister, but he did not attack directly. He did not name the Congress party or the opposition leaders in this case, but they are taking the branding, they are owning up to it, Chandrakala.
Yes, absolutely. After a remark by Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday from the rampart of Red Fort saying that, people with Maoist mindset should be isolated, and he has referred to the term Dimagi Naxals, has hit the Congress really hard. It seems that the Congress party is now owning up to what the Prime Minister is saying. We have seen a remark coming in from P. Chidambaram saying, as I quote, "I'm proud to be a Dimagi Naxals." It seems this is the entire irony behind this entire, statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was not directly pointed to the opposition parties, but it seems the Congress party has owned up. They have owned up this particular statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And today we saw a tweet by P. Chidambaram saying that I'm proud to be a Dimagi Naxals. And now, of course, Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, has cleared that it was not towards the opposition leaders.
Chandrakala, stay with us. We have Tuhin Sinha, who is joining us on a phone line to speak on this issue, to comment on this issue. Tuhin, now this is one top headline, one top story that everybody is looking an answer to. Everybody is asking why the Congress wants to be associated with the term Dimagi Naxals. The Prime Minister did not directly address the Congress party or the opposition party, but it was one tweet of P. Chidambaram where he said that I am a proud Dimagi Naxal. Your reactions and what's your take on that? What's your take on the developments?
Well, it is nice of P. Chidambaram to be honest on this score, but the remark was meant for the two more outrageous anarchists in his party. In the last 4 weeks, we have seen anarchy being unleashed right outside the residence of Prime Minister by none other than the leader of opposition. And, of course, on the last day of Parliament, the kind of antics which they displayed, the kind of hugging and the kind of Tota Bandar Act by Pawan Khera. So, certainly, the term Dimagi Naxal was meant for somebody else, but then, Chidambaram had no responsibility but to be the fall guy for Rahul Gandhi and Pawan Khera. But having said that, the Congress party needs to introspect upon its behavior. In the last few weeks, it has repeatedly dishonored democratic traditions and has embarked on an anarchist mode. So instead of being cheeky, instead of being oversmart, Chidambaram should have a conversation with Rahul Gandhi and Pawan Khera and try to impress upon them the need to return to democratic norms. Having said that, let me remind you that it was Chidambaram who, as Home Minister, had twice condemned Naxals. Once in 2009, when he called Naxalism India's biggest security threat. Of course, he was not supported by Sonia Gandhi or Dr. Manmohan Singh, who kept peddling a soft line towards Naxalism. And number two, when the protest against the proposed nuclear plant in Tamil Nadu was taking place in 2011, again he had come back hard on the Naxals. So if Chidambaram himself has had a change of heart under the toxic influence of Rahul Gandhi and Pawan Khera, then obviously this tweet of his today should be seen as a confession from him. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your comment, Tuhin Sinha. All right, so. Let's go across to the other story. Now we are getting another story. This is a video which was shared by PM, which says, feeding my friends every morning is a daily routine. And yesterday morning, they somehow realized I'm leaving early. So they came to meet me as I was leaving for the Red Fort. All right, we have a video that we are getting. All right, this is the exclusive video, First on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, on your television screen, as you can see. And this is a post by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your television screen. As you can see, this is the video which has been shared by the Prime Minister. And he said that these are my friends, and when I was leaving for the Red Fort and they came to meet me, as usual, as they meet me, and they have come, and this is the visual of that on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this exclusive video which has been shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it shows and reflects the sympathy and love and care towards the animals in this regards, which is the peacock and also the cows. The words have the power to move nations, and over the last 13 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speeches have done exactly that. From echoing global stages to reaching the most remote villages of India, PM Modi's words have become the blueprint for a new India. We bring you this report showing 13 of his most defining and iconic lines, quotes that didn't just make headlines but shifted policies, united 1 billion plus people and defined an entire political era.
आज 15 अगस्त को देश के लिए कुछ न कुछ करने का संकल्प लेकर के चलेंगे। हम देश के लिए काम आए, देश को आगे बढ़ाने का संकल्प लेकर चलेंगे। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं भाइयों बहनों, मैं मेरे सरकार के साथियों को भी कहता हूं, अगर आप 12 घंटे काम करोगे तो मैं 13 घंटे करूंगा, अगर आप 14 घंटे काम करोगे तो मैं 15 घंटे करूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं प्रधानमंत्री नहीं, प्रधान सेवक के रूप में आपके बीच आया हूं। मैं शासक के रूप में नहीं, सेवक के रूप में सरकार लेकर के आया हूं। पूरे विश्व की तुलना में हमें आगे बढ़ना है तो हमारे युवकों को हमें प्रोत्साहित करना होगा, उनको अवसर देना होगा। हमारे युवक नए उद्योगकार कैसे बने, हमारे युवक नए उत्पादक कैसे बने, पूरे देश में इन नए उद्यमियों के द्वारा एक स्टार्टअप का पूरा नेटवर्क कैसे खड़ा हो। हिंदुस्तान का कोई जिला, हिंदुस्तान का कोई ब्लॉक ऐसा ना हो कि आने वाले दिनों में नए स्टार्टअप शुरू न हुए हो। क्या भारत ये सपना नहीं देख सकता कि हम दुनिया में, स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में भारत नंबर 1 पर पहुंचेगा? आज हम नहीं है। भाइयों बहनों, इस स्टार्टअप को मुझे बढ़ देना, और इसलिए मेरा संकल्प है आने वाले दिनों में स्टार्टअप इंडिया और देश के भविष्य के लिए स्टैंड अप इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया। मैं आज लाल किले की प्राचीर से कुछ लोगों का विशेष अभिनंदन और आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। पिछले कुछ दिनों से बलूचिस्तान के लोगों ने, गिलगिट के लोगों ने, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर के लोगों ने, वहां के नागरिकों ने जिस प्रकार से मुझे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दिया है, जिस प्रकार से मेरा आभार व्यक्त किया है, मेरे प्रति उन्होंने जो सद्भावना जताई है, दूर दूर बैठे हुए लोग, जिस धरती को मैंने देखा नहीं है, जिन लोगों को विषय में मेरी कभी मुलाकात नहीं हुई है, लेकिन ऐसे दूर सुदूर बैठे हुए लोग हिंदुस्तान के एक प्रधानमंत्री को अभिनंदन करते हैं, उसका आदर करते हैं, तो मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासियों का आनंद है, वो मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है। जम्मू कश्मीर का विकास, जम्मू कश्मीर की उन्नति, जम्मू कश्मीर के सामान्य नागरिक के सपनों को पूरा करने का प्रयास, ये जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार के साथ साथ हम देशवासियों का भी संकल्प है। फिर से एक बार इस स्वर्ग को हम अनुभव करें, उस स्थिति में लाने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं, हम कटिबद्ध हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, कश्मीर के अंदर जो कुछ भी होता है, बयानबाजी भी बहुत होती है, आक्षेप भी बहुत होते हैं, हर कोई एक दूसरे को गाली देने में लगा रहता है, लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, मैं साफ मानता हूं कि कश्मीर में जो कुछ भी घटनाएं घटती हैं, अलगाववादी, मुट्ठी भर अलगाववादी, ये अलगाववादी जिस प्रकार के नए नए पैंतरे रचते रहते हैं, लेकिन उस लड़ाई को जीतने के लिए मेरे दिमाग में विषय साफ है, न गाली से समस्या सुलझने वाली है, न गोली से समस्या सुलझने वाली है। समस्या सुलझेगी हर कश्मीरी को गले लगा करके सुलझने वाली है, और 125 करोड़ देशवासी यही परंपरा से पला बढ़ा है। और इसलिए न गाली से न गोली से परिवर्तन होगा, गले लगा करके, और उस संकल्प को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इस लाल किले की प्राचीर से मैं देशवासियों को एक खुशखबरी सुनाना चाहता हूं। हमारा देश अंतरिक्ष की दुनिया में प्रगति करता रहा है, लेकिन हमने सपना देखा है, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने सपना देखा है, हमारे देश ने संकल्प किया है कि 2022 जब आजादी के 75 साल होंगे, तब यहां हो सके तो उससे पहले आजादी का 75 साल मनाएंगे, तब तक मां भारत का कोई संतान, चाहे बेटा हो या बेटी, कोई भी हो सकता है, वे अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे, हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर के जाएंगे। आजादी के 75 साल के पहले इस सपने को पूरा करना है। आज लाल किले से जब मैं देश को संबोधित कर रहा हूं, तब मैं ये गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि आज हर हिंदुस्तानी कह सकता है, वन नेशन वन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। आज हमें फिर से संकल्प लेने की जरूरत है। ये संकल्प आजादी के लिए बलिदान देने वालों के सपनों को पूरा करने का हो। ये संकल्प 130 करोड़ देशवासियों के लिए हो। ये संकल्प हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हो, उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए हो। ये संकल्प आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए हो। हमें शपथ लेनी होगी, हमें प्रतिज्ञा करनी होगी। हम आयात को कम से कम करने की दिशा में योगदान करेंगे। हम अपने लघु उद्योगों को सशक्त करेंगे। हम सब लोकल के लिए वोकल बनेंगे। यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम बार बार लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी को याद करते हैं। जय जवान जय किसान का उनका मंत्र आज भी देश के लिए प्रेरणा है। बाद में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने जय विज्ञान कह करके उसमें एक कड़ी जोड़ दी थी और देश ने उसको प्राथमिकता दी थी। लेकिन अब अमृतकाल के लिए एक और अनिवार्यता है और वो है जय अनुसंधान, जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान, जय अनुसंधान, इनोवेशन। और मुझे मेरे देश की युवा पीढ़ी में भरोसा है। इनोवेशन की ताकत देखिए, आज हमारा यूपीआई, भीम, हमारा डिजिटल पेमेंट, फिनटेक की दुनिया में हमारा स्थान, आज विश्व में रियल टाइम 40% अगर डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल का ट्रांजैक्शन होता है तो मेरे देश में हो रहा है। हिंदुस्तान ने ये करके दिखाया। हमें याद है 1200 साल पहले इस देश पर आक्रमण हुआ। एक छोटे से राज्य के छोटे से राजा का पराजय हुआ, लेकिन तब पता तक नहीं था कि एक घटना भारत को 1000 साल की गुलामी में फंसा देगी। और हम गुलामी में जकड़ते गए, जो आया लूटता गया, जो जिसका मन चाहा हम पे आके सवार हो गया। कैसा विपरीत काल रहा होगा वो 1000 साल का। मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, घटना छोटी क्यों ना हो, लेकिन 1000 साल तक प्रभाव छोड़ के रही है। लेकिन मैं आज इस बात का जिक्र इसलिए करना चाहता हूं कि भारत के वीरों ने इस कालखंड में कोई भूभाग ऐसा नहीं था, कोई समय ऐसा नहीं था जब उन्होंने देश की आजादी के लौ को जलता न रखा हो, बलिदान की परंपरा न बनाई हो। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बार बार यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लेकर जो चर्चा की है, अनेक बार आदेश दिए हैं, क्योंकि देश का एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ग मानता है और उसमें सच्चाई भी है कि जिस सिविल कोड को हम लेकर के जी रहे हैं वो सिविल कोड सचमुच में तो एक प्रकार का कम्युनल सिविल कोड है, भेदभाव करने वाला सिविल कोड है। ऐसे सिविल कोड से जब संविधान के 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं और संविधान की भावना भी जो हमें कहती है करने के लिए, देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी हमें कहती है करने के लिए, और तब जो संविधान निर्माताओं का सपना था उस सपने को पूरा करना हम सबका दायित्व है। और मैं मानता हूं इस गंभीर विषय पर देश में चर्चा हो, व्यापक चर्चा हो, हर कोई अपने विचारों को लेकर के आए और उन कानूनों को, जो कानून धर्म के आधार पर देश को बांटते हैं, जो ऊंच नीच का कारण बन जाते हैं, ऐसे कानूनों को आधुनिक समाज में कोई स्थान नहीं हो सकता है। और इसलिए मैं तो कहूंगा अब समय की मांग है कि देश में एक सेकुलर सिविल कोड हो। हमने कम्युनल सिविल कोड में 75 साल बिताए हैं, अब हमें सेक्युलर सिविल कोड की तरफ जाना होगा और तब जाकर के देश में धर्म के आधार पर जो भेदभाव हो रहे हैं, सामान्य नागरिक को जो दूरी महसूस होती है, उससे हमें मुक्ति मिलेगी। हमारी सेना तय करेगी, सेना की शर्तों पर, सेना जो समय निर्धारित करे उस समय पर, सेना जो तौर तरीके तय करे उस तौर तरीके से, सेना जो लक्ष्य तय करे उस लक्ष्य को अब हम अमल में ला करके रहने वाले हैं। हम मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, भारत ने तय कर लिया है, खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बहेंगे। मैं सभी देशवासियों से कहूंगा, समय हमारा है। मैं सभी देशवासियों से कहूंगा, समय हमारा है, अवसर हमारा है, संकल्प हमारा है। आइए सपनों को संकल्प बनाए, संकल्प को सामर्थ्य बनाए और सामर्थ्य को सफलता में बदल के रहें। आइए हर कदम को विकास का कदम बनाए, कदम से कदम मिलाए, मन से मन मिलाए, लक्ष्य से जुड़े रहे, एक दीप से जले दीप हजारों, आओ मिलकर विकसित भारत बनाए। एक दीप से जले दीप हजारों, आओ मिलकर विकसित भारत बनाए। इसी एक भावना के साथ इस मंगल पर्व पर आप सबको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, more details. Congress chair defense falls apart after leadership heard saying they won't sing full song in hot mic video.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Welcome to Our Tech with me, Rajiv Makni. Thank you very much. First, and for this one, let's change the background and lighting. Happy 80th Independence Day to every one of you. A day that means so much to every single citizen of this incredible country. And on today's show and every Our Tech show, we guarantee independence also. Independence from tech confusion. The tech world is drowning in a sea of PR firms with ready-made scripts and billion-dollar marketing budgets from brands. Every brand is screaming at you to buy their latest game changer, and every reviewer is doing what? Just reading a PR script. Well, the PR script ends here. At Our Tech, we expose the half-truth. We give you the only thing that actually matters, the unvarnished, unapologetic truth. Time to get back to our regular programming and deep dive into all the independence we've packed into today's show. We're strapping into a 1,30,000 rupee gadget that Virat Kohli and Cristiano Ronaldo actually use for recovery. But is it a fitness medical marvel, or is it just an expensive leg warmer? Google is dropping the new Pixel 11 lineup, new chips, new camera, new promises. But did they finally get the prices right? And robot beggars are now hitting the street. Unbelievable, but it's actually true. They're programmed to ask you for spare change. We decode this dystopian nightmare, and trust me, it's much weirder than you think. And India's free payment dream is absolutely over. The government just pulled the plug on the ban on UPI fee. So that means your daily cup of chai is going to become a little bit more expensive. And we're just getting warmed up because there's so much more that we're going to actually do on the show today. So much truth to tell, so little time. So let's hit it. Welcome to Hype Autopsy, where PR headlines come to die and the truth gets a resurrection. The first is the big one. UPI is not free anymore, and Apple Pay arrives a decade later. On August 4th, the finance minister walked into Parliament and changed the law on UPI. The government isn't charging you a dime. They just deleted the rule that said nobody can charge for using UPI either ways. For 6 years, UPI was a locked fortress of free transactions. Banks couldn't charge, merchants couldn't charge, period. But the banks were bleeding cash. Now let's not be naive. This fee that they're going to put on large merchants, they aren't going to absorb it out of the goodness of their heart. They will raise prices. You're shocked? It's true. You will pay anyway. The tax is just hiding in plain sight. In the exact same arena, Apple Pay is finally crashing the Indian market this October. But don't look for UPI at launch. It's strictly a credit card VIP lounge for Visa and MasterCard holders. Apple still needs some more approval and a sponsor bank before the UPI even gets a seat at the table. So the ultimate verdict, UPI just got secretly more expensive, and Apple Pay is only for those people who actually love super expensive things. Moving on, Apple's foldable phone is around the corner and things are getting very interesting, not the way you expected. It's going to be very expensive to open and close one, and frankly, you probably aren't going to get one. Apple's foldable iPhone may already be sold out, you just don't know it. So Apple is gearing up to launch the Apple iPhone Ultra in early September, their very first foldable. But before you empty your savings, listen to the math. Between this being a first-gen product and current manufacturing nightmares, they may be making very few foldable phones. Reliable analysts all over the world are saying they may just start with about 10 lakh, yani 1 million of them only for the entire year of 2026. Compare that to the 200 plus million regular iPhones they pump out annually. Now, foldables are a manufacturing nightmare with lower yields and brutal component costs. And Apple is targeting just 10 million units for the entire year. And the price, about 2.2 lakh rupees. Now, pre-orders will open. I think they'll vaporize in just hours. Why engineer a massive shortage when the demand is already deafening? Because nothing sells quite like starvation. Limited supply breeds urgency. It breeds exclusivity and it creates headlines, just like it did right here, right now. From ungettable phones to unmissable events, Dave is live at the Google Pixel launch event. Welcome to Launch Report, where we cut the cord on launch noise and give you the raw story straight from ground zero.
I'm at the Google Pixel launch event today in Gurgaon, and there's a lot of excitement going on here. Here's my quick first impression of everything that is launched here. All 4 new Pixel phones are powered by the 2nm Tensor G6 processor, plus upgraded battery life and super fast charging. Let's dive deeper into each phone. The Pixel 11 has a 5x telephoto camera, first time ever on a base Pixel. And the Pixel 11 Pro gives you a pro zoom up to 120x. A 48 megapixel selfie camera up front and a much brighter display. And the new highlight feature actually activates at the back while you are interacting with Gemini or to identify a particular contact. The Pixel 11 Pro XL again have a massive 6.8-inch display but a much bigger 5115 mAh battery, the biggest in the lineup yet. And the Pixel 11 Pro Fold has a 8-inch inner display. It is much thinner than last time. You also get dual screen preview and 48 megapixel main sensor with up to 30x zoom. And the Pixel Watch 5 now comes with Gemini intelligence. You get race to talk feature. You can even track blood pressure trends and insulin resistance over time. Back to you, Rajiv.
Okay, now let me ask you, Dave, the ultimate question. The only one that dictates if anyone actually buys